that the issue of restitution of assets to the developing country, Nigeria has provided a good standard example. I just came back from Georgia, where I went to present our success story in Mantra. Mantra is monitoring recovery of assets through transparency and accountability. And I'm happy that my brother, my friend, Dr. Matthew, one of those architects of this initiative, is here today. At that presentation of the Mantra success story in Georgia, where uniquely invited about 4 countries, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Libya, for us to share the example how civil society has played a very major role in Nigeria. It's very unique that we have used the power of civil society. Those of you who were also part of the meeting in Washington in 2017, when the Global Forum on Asset Recovery Principles were launched, those 10 principles in theory have been translated into concrete practical action in Nigeria. The first time in history that we see that the restituted asset is used to finance cash transfer program in Nigeria. I know the controversy going on in the country around the issue of cash transfer. But you know, I always explain to people that you can sit down in your comfort home in Abuja or in Lagos or in the urban center and begin to ask questions that what is the benefit of 5,000 naira? But those who were with us, we mobilized over 200 civil society organizations across the country. We met with the very poor and poorest in communities, in villages across this country. We saw what 5,000 naira can do to people. You know, when you sit down in your comfort home in Abuja here, you will ask yourself what 5,000, but we're talking about family that don't see the impact of government, that their children die in their front, they don't have money to buy from. And this is the kind of family we're talking about that benefited from Abacha restituted asset. Has it happened before? It hasn't happened. But you know, we don't celebrate our own story. You know, somebody say that corruption is still very everywhere. You know, it's like saying about the policeman. You know, everybody say police is not good. Take the police away from the society. You will begin to understand the impact of the policemen that you see every day. The work we do is actually having an impact. And I want to thank all the Mantra partners across the country. We should sometimes also raise our head and congratulate ourselves. We've done very well. We've shown to the world that something can work in Nigeria. And to the best of our knowledge, to the benefit of this project, we have also helped to secure over $13 million. 13, I repeat, $13 million. That was the interest accrued to the $325.5 million. This money was supposed to go for some kind of bureaucracy, but we insisted this money went back to the cash transfer program. And you know what $13 million is? That was the role the civil society played. So we're recording some success. You know, we might not achieve everything at the same time, but the reality is that corruption is now being reported in real time. As it happened, it's been reported. And that's why you can see that people don't understand that we're making impact, but we're making impact, I can tell you. All we need to do is to continue to work together, build consensus, and begin to raise questions around our leaders. And when we work together like this, and I think that we'll continue to achieve results. Finally, I also want to appreciate every one of you for honoring our invitation to participate in this important workshop. And once again, I welcome you all and wish everyone fruitful deliberation. Thank you and God bless you all.
Stand before you today on behalf of the Strengthening Civic Advocacy and Local Engagement Project, the SCALE project. SCALE is implemented by Palladium, as our Reverend said, with funding from the United States Agency for International Development Mission in Nigeria. And he's already mentioned the thing that we do, but just to reiterate that our specific mandate is to strengthen the capacity of Nigerian civil society organizations, fostering a more accountable, transparent, peaceful, and democratic Nigeria. We prioritize engagement, we prioritize collaboration, we prioritize partnership with a range of stakeholders to achieve these objectives. Today, we gather here to confront one of the most pressing challenges of our time, corruption. In Nigeria, corruption has hindered progress, as we all are aware. It has perpetuated poverty and impeded development. The staggering figures provided by the United Nations and the African Union, and Reverend already mentioned that in speech, 48 billion, $148 billion is estimated, underscoring the urgency of our mission here today. And like Reverend also said, Transparency International has ranked us as 150 out of 180 countries. So this is really concerning. This is really, it means that it is an emergency. And we're having this conversation at a very strategic time as we're transitioning into a new government. So as we enter into this new administration following the recent general election, it is crucial to maintain the progress achieved in the fight against corruption. And I think that was why the Reverend was trying to highlight the things that we've achieved in the past governments, even though it may not have been as much as we would have expected. But yes, especially civil society. Civil society was very crucial in that fight. So we need to sustain that fight. The assessment reports by the anti-corruption cluster identified both successes and weaknesses in the implementation by the previous government. It is imperative that we build upon our achievements and address the identified gaps to strengthen our efforts. Today's national dialogues as a critical platform for stakeholders from various sectors to collectively shape the agenda of the new administration. The objective is to, like we've heard, that will enhance the fight against corruption. I joined the Reverend to extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants at this dialogue. I also want to thank you. I also want to thank very profusely the members of the anti-corruption. I want to thank civil society organizations. This is, we promote collective impact. So even with the cluster of about 8-9 organizations, the work is with all of us. So I want to thank all civil society organizations in the room. I want to thank our development partners. And I think there's quite a significant number of us in the room. So I extend my thanks to you for the cooperation. Representatives of the when the introductions were going on. And I was also happy to hear that we had somebody from ICPC, because I know we're expecting ICPC, EFCC. So I want to also extend our gratitude to all of our anti-corruption agencies. Your expertise and dedication are invaluable as we unite in the fight against corruption. Together, we possess the power to effect transformative change. Through this dialogue, we'll come up with detailed recommendations for the new administration and ensure the effective implementation of our anti-corruption efforts. Let us seize this opportunity to forge a future for Nigeria that is free from the grip of corruption, a future characterized by justice, inclusivity, and prosperity for all. And for us on the Scale project, for as long as we're on the project, we will continue to support and civil society as well as our fellow development partners. I thank you all and I wish us a fruitful day. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. Just to also let you know that unable to us physically, they are online, following the program. Among them is the immediate past special advisor to the President on Justice Reform, and International Asset Recovery, Mrs. Juliet Ibekaku Wangu. If she's there, we would like to hear a brief remark from her. Assurance, can we take her? If she's ready, let's hear her for a while.
Hey.
But if she's not,
well, just to say good morning and good morning, everyone. I'm actually very far away, but I'm happy to be here and to say thank you to ANEEJ and all the partners and civil society organizations who are in this event today. And we're looking forward to discussing the reports and obviously sharing the outcome of this meeting. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you very much. That was brief. Let's now, okay, thank you. So you're already aware that we have a strong delegation from the US Embassy in Nigeria here. So let me now invite Mr. Walter Quintanilla, who is the Deputy INL Director at the US Embassy Abuja, to give a brief remark.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, valued representatives, and community members, it is an honor to address you today in this forum. My name is Walter Quintanilla. I am the Deputy Director for the Office of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, who also, corruption is a pervasive global issue with deep implications. When public power is misused for private gain, the effects are devastating. It erodes citizens' services, disrupts the business environment, and perpetuates economic inequality. The ripple effect of corruption extends far beyond immediate borders, penetrating international financial systems, democratic institutions, and undermining. Recognizing these impacts the US government plays a critical role. Nigerian civil society organizations have shown commendable efforts in revealing corruption's complexities, championing transparency and accountability, and empowering an informed citizenry. Their work is vital in forming a society that not only exposes corruption, but actively discourages its growth. As we approach the 10th Conference of the States Parties, COSP 10, to the UN Convention Against Corruption in Atlanta, the US government's approach to counter corruption is grounded in 5 mutually reinforcing pillars. First, preserving and strengthening the UN Convention Against Corruption's role in the multilateral anti-corruption architecture. Second, championing the role of civil society in the against global action to promote accountability. I would like to extend our profound gratitude and also the Africa Network for Environmental and Economic Justice, ANEEJ, as well as all individuals and organizations present today. Your unwavering dedication to countering corruption is instrumental to our shared goal of a transparent, accountable, and prosperous society. Countering corruption is not a one-time task. It requires persistent leadership, public accountability, an empowered and impartial judiciary, diverse and independent media, and a committed society. As we work together towards a future that is free from corruption, we can shape a global community that is not only transparent and accountable, but also equitable and prosperous for all. Thank you very much.
Very quickly, let me know my executive secretary of remark. So the journalists are saying that want you to use their mic.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Like all other speakers have said, corruption, some of us who have the governors are averse to feedback. There are many governors, the way you approach them, so activism is not all about confrontation, it's not all about Moses Flessing. There are many ways you can approach them, discuss with them, deliver services to the people. Then I realized that there is so much talk about whistleblower protection. I think we need to have a very serious conversation about whistleblowing, because witch hunt and politics in whistleblowing. There are people who use whistleblowing for simply blackmail, for witch hunt, and for extorting money. So if we have the law on whistleblower, we need to have a conversation regarding the issue of whistleblowing in Nigeria, so that hijack it and turn it into investigative journalism has gone down in Nigeria for a similar reason. Some of the journalists are accused of being blackmailers, extortionists. They have information about governors, senators, and things. Instead of blowing the whistle as investigators, they use it as a bargaining chip to extort money from them. To fight corruption, fight straight ahead without negotiating a part of this process of the crime. And I feel we have a lot of to do in Nigeria. And I have always said that corruption has been created by Nigerians, and nobody is going to come and solve the problem for us. It's a problem we have created. We have to solve it ourselves. And one of the strategies of making sure we solve corruption is this kind of conversation, and we don't turn it into a national agenda. Possibly our children will come up and see that corruption is normal. For us, corruption is abnormal. Corruption is evil. We must fight it using whatever means necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Let me now invite from the OGP National Secretariat, who is representing the National Coordinator, Mr. Uche Arusuku, to come and speak on her behalf.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. I bring us warm greetings from the OGP National Secretariat. The National Coordinator is supposed to be here. She's actually on her way. She has like 3 programs to attend today. So she said I should make these welcome remarks before she comes. But I know the Open Government Partnership is a product of our fight against corruption. When in 2016 we joined the OGP, it was because President Muhammadu Buhari was keen on fighting corruption, so we joined the OGP. It was actually at the Anti-Corruption Summit in London in 2016 that the country signed to the OGP. So we are with you on this to fight corruption. We know the trajectory of corruption in Nigeria and how it has affected us negatively in this country. At the OGP, we are doing our best. We are the third national action plan. We had the first national action plan, second national action plan. Now we are doing the third national action plan. All geared towards opening up the governance process because corruption thrives in opacity. Corruption thrives when things are done in secrecy. So what OGP wants to do is to shine the light on the governance process. So we begin to reduce this.
I think I'd like to say a massive thank you, ANEEJ, and all the other partners for extending an invitation to myself and the High Commission by extension to be here. It's a bit interesting for me being here because from a personal perspective, a few years, well, quite a few years ago now, I was working in the private sector. I was a company secretary, totally about to start my career out of law school. And then I read an article about how law could help to address corruption. And my passions changed. In a couple of months, I resigned my role, got a scholarship, went to study anti-corruption. Really passionate. This is a few years ago now. And when I got back from my studies, the place where I started expressing that passion was actually ANEEJ. And was just at the height of the immediate aftermath of the London Anti-Corruption Conference and OGP and GIFA. A lot was happening and I was really passionate about all of it. And a few years down the line, the passion started draining. And I'm making this point because just walking into this room is really amazing to see persons like the Executive Director of ANEEJ, Reverend David, Dr. Tivedo, people who have maintained this passion irrespective of the somewhat demoralizing results they achieve sometimes in fight against corruption in a context like Nigeria. So the main thing I want to say is to say congratulations and thank you so much for everybody in this room who have kept this fight against corruption in Nigeria going. From a donor perspective, it is an issue that we grapple with a lot. From an FCDO perspective, over the last few years, we've taken a rather sectoral approach to looking at how anti-corruption works in specific areas like elections, in areas like education, in areas like national resource governance. There are a lot of ways in which we are all looking at addressing the challenge of corruption, not just in Nigeria, but globally. But I'm really encouraged by the passion that partners like USAID and others continue to show for this. And I hope that building on the deliberations here today and all the efforts that people show towards this, we will continue to, irrespective of what the data and the public conversation say, work together to address the challenge that corruption poses to the development of a country like ours, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Yes, we'll take one more to end this session. And save this for the last. Give us a brief remark. As usual, when he speaks, everybody is wowed. So please listen to him, Dr. Otiva Egbuza.
You have hyped me now and put me in a big problem. Everyone to commend ANEEJ, and you said for the work they are doing, focusing on the issue of anti. Like we all know, the problem of corruption is to human. And I want to, we have made progress. And we should say our successes. If for nothing else, You know, like I think it was Reverend Golo who said it. Today, before corruption takes place, is reported. Even at times, even when corruption does not take place, is reported. You know, I remember a case where a head of institution from Delta State was invited to come and explain why an amount budgeted for building an infrastructure in the school was stolen. And the man came and said, no kobo was released. I'm sure you understand. As far as people saw it in the budget and didn't see it on the ground, then the money has been stolen. So the level of information and awareness is very high. But I think that this dialogue is very important because there is a policy moment for Nigeria. A policy moment exists when there is a convergence between policy problem, policy solution, and the politics of the day. Today, the problem of corruption is known to all. We all know that we have to do something about it. The solution, the way to deal with corruption is known. All the things that need to be done to reduce corruption in the country is known. So the policy solution is known. Now, the politics. Nobody in this country will say he's a politician and will come and say, I will not fight corruption. You remember during the regime of IBB, corruption was not mentioned at all. And the challenge we have today in this country is that we talk about corruption at the federal level. If the governor does not mention corruption, no public official mentions corruption. That is why I say that we have a convergence between policy problem, policy solution, and politics. For me, I think that this on how to return the issue of corruption to the public agenda. How with new administration ensure that the top leadership, the president, sets the tone at the top. What can we do, all stakeholders, to make it difficult, if not impossible, to engage in corruption? I think the major task before us is agenda setting. And I want to enjoin all of us to set the agenda and to set clear rules for every stakeholder. We have resources in this country. The level of suffering is not permissible. It is demonic, it is satanic. We cannot continue to live like this with a level of misery that is in this country. Once more, I join all others to welcome you. I wish you all successful deliberations.
Thank you, sir. So you see why I saved the speech for last. So I think we have concluded this session. Yes, we will take a group photograph now. Then we'll do tea before we return to the other items on the agenda. Yeah? Okay, assurance. Come. Okay. So is it better here or? Okay, so okay, please, let's see how we can. I am wondering how we can manage this, please.
Mhm. Mhm. Let me see. Mhm. Let me see what Oh. Mhm.
Okay, so let's do tea now. Let's have tea now before we move to the next item on the agenda. Hello, everyone. Let's do tea while you are exchanging pleasantries, please, so to save our time. Hello, everyone. We are doing well with time. Please don't.
What's going on with me?
Let's do tea quickly now.
Yes. Mhm. Same. I don't know.
Hello? Okay, I think we are done with tea. So, yes, I think so. I don't want us to take tea forever. So we are going to formally unveil the report. Let me invite the National Coordinator of Open Government Partnership, who also doubles here as the Acting Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning today, Dr. Mrs. Gloria Ahmed, to step out to unveil the report, and a host of others who are already coming out to join her. This is a very quick. Okay, I think some reports are already there. Okay, yeah. So you're already aware that the anti-corruption cluster did an assessment of Nigerian government's commitments made in London 2016 and during the Global Forum on Asset Recovery in Washington, D.C. So the report, after the unveiling, there will be the details of the report will be formally presented by ANEEJ Executive Director. Let's just go through this brief ceremony before we do the. Okay, so you.
Good afternoon, fellow reformers. I want to commend ANEEJ for its relentless effort in fighting corruption in Nigeria. And my job here is to launch this very important document, which they have put together.
Because, Innocent, you have asked all the cluster members.
Where are the cluster members? They say you should come out of hiding. Yes, it's the clusters report. So the cluster members come out from hiding. It was me that didn't call you.
No, don't. We'll bring for them. We'll bring for them. Yeah, they are bringing. Joy is bringing. Madam, she passed the media. No, she's bringing more. That's all.
Good afternoon once again, fellow reformers. I want to commend once again ANEEJ and the other cluster members for putting this document together. It's a report of the assessment of the implementation of Nigeria's international anti-corruption asset recovery commitments, including CGFAR and the London anti-corruption commitments. Before I launch this document, I want to commend ANEEJ and indeed all the other cluster members for your relentless fight against corruption in Nigeria and ensuring that Nigeria is a better place for the ordinary citizens. Thank you very much. So to the glory of God and for the good of the citizens of Nigeria, I want to launch this report this morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think that launching of this report is very important. The report has identified the strength and weaknesses in terms of government response. Government is a continuum. So we hope that this new administration will look at those strengths and leverage on them. We'll look at the weaknesses and try to exit those weaknesses so that the monster of corruption can be tamed in Nigeria. Thank you and God bless.
There isn't much else to add. Just to say that the evidence in this report is very helpful in terms of advocacy on these issues. I think that anti-corruption institutions will benefit a lot from looking at the pure evidence here. There's also a bit of perception of people in terms of how the country has performed on a number of areas in terms of anti-corruption. And I think that everybody here would benefit from actually going through this report. I think I just want to say that having worked in this space in the time I have, we have a lot of reports that people just don't read. And I'd encourage everybody to please take time and look through these reports, the findings and the recommendations, and hopefully it will be a very useful contribution to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes, exactly. Thanks.
Okay, so we will now take a presentation on the reports that has just been unveiled. Assurance, is the slide on? So that will be taken by ANEEJ Executive Director on behalf of the cluster, Reverend David Degolo. So let's hear him now as he presents the report. Assurance.
Like Dr. rightly noted a while ago, coincidentally, he was one of the key author for the first assessment we did. That was 2018 or 2019, yeah, 2018. And that piece of work, it will interest you to know that it has influenced a lot of conversation and research work around the world. And as we speak now, as the journey to Atlanta gets to the tipping point, issue of asset recovery is going to be a topical issue. And one of the things that ANEEJ wants to do at Atlanta is to have a side event to look into areas where we can partner with government to come out with a resolution. And areas that we thought that is very challenging, particularly if you are conversant with the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, is the Chapter 5, that this squarely with the issue of asset recovery. One controversial area there is that the issue of victim, how victims are left behind. Star has come out with a very interesting report, Left Behind the Bargain. That report focuses on why you see why settlement is going on. The countries where the corruption takes place, they are not carried along. An interesting aspect of it is the Glencoe. Glencoe recently was involved in corruption in about 8 countries across the world. It will interest you to know that some government officials in Nigeria were involved. And Glencoe has been settled with the US, UK government to the tune of almost about $1 billion, but nothing came to Nigeria. When Nigeria tried to file in as a victim in the UK court, the case was thrown off. And we thought that the issue of victim is very important and it has to be dealt with. So what I have done in this presentation is to try to just make a summary. And then I will encourage you, like Dr. rightly noted a while ago, go through the report. The report is not the perfect one, but at least it has helped us to put something on agenda for this new administration and to remind them of the commitments that previous government made in 2016. And then as well too, they also participated in the Global Forum on Asset Recovery in the US. And I'm happy that some of us who were in that meeting are in the hall today. I think Dr. Tive was there. I was there in Washington and some few others. And there were about 10 NGOs that were supported by MacArthur Foundations And then at the end of that meeting, that's what led to the GFA principles. There are about 10 principles. And what we have done with this report is to also look into what happened in London. Some of us was also in London when the commitment was reached, and that famous statement that Nigeria is fantastically corrupt was made. So I don't want to bore you with this background again. Everybody is familiar. In my opening speech, I make mention of all this about everybody. There's a consensus in the room, and that's what the report have reinforced again in its background, that corruption is directly linked to poverty. And if you are familiar with corruption literature, you will quite agree with me that this is no longer argument, that there is a linkage between corruption and underdevelopment. And then CPI report, and those of you who are familiar with Transparency International work, CPI is their most important tool product that they put out there in the public annually. And Nigeria has not been doing very well in that report. Most investors and even countries, World Bank and IMF, they rely on those indices to assess where Nigeria is. So technically speaking, Nigeria is not doing well in this CPI report. And then it's also good to see where Nigeria is in the asset recovery. Like I mentioned to you, when it comes to the issue of asset recovery, Nigeria is extremely doing well. For example, I give you an example like Libya. After the death of Gaddafi, billions of dollars of Gaddafi was traced to Switzerland. As we speak now, they hardly have been able to receive up to about 1 or 2 billion. But compared to Nigeria, Nigeria have been a bit successful. The reason why Nigeria is successful, some people said because Abacha died. And because of that, so he wasn't able to use his political might to stop some investigation. Because why Abacha 1, Abacha 2, Abacha 3, Abacha 4, Abacha 5, people are not familiar about that, about this Abacha. And why it is interesting is that, if you know my friend from Serap, he went to court and sued the federal government that they should explain how Abacha $5 billion, they should explain. But unfortunately, there's this assumption that the Abacha loot is one. It's not one. The first tranche that came was about $700 million. That was in 2005 or 2004. That first tranche that came, the first time in the world, we assembled 10 leading civil society. It's the first work ever carried out in the world on asset recovery with top 10 government officials. We went around the country, and what we discovered was mind-boggling. What the government claimed that they used the money to build, some schools, we couldn't locate the school. And so, and the difference between Abacha 1 and 2 is that in Abacha, the government claimed to the Swiss government that they have already used the money. They have gone to borrow money. So when the money came, the money just went down the drain. So in Abacha 2, that informed the context why the court ruled in Switzerland, there was a caveat that the World Bank should monitor. So when we were all in Washington in December 17, I needed to provide this background context because most people are not familiar to it. I have watched television when you will see a lawyer trained but misinforming the public. Trained lawyer. You know, it's only in this country, everybody is a specialist in everything. Debt, you are there. This, you are there. And then you are not able to argue these things very well. Abacha recoveries are different categories. We have Abacha 1, Abacha 2, Abacha 3, Abacha 4, Abacha 5. And as we speak now, we have about 90 million euros in UK Bank. The previous government was doing a negotiation with the Bagudus family to share this money somehow. And that is still ongoing. So when you say Abacha money was stolen, you mix them together. We monitor the first Abacha tranche. We can say, yes, it was misspent. That led to our famous report, the shadow report on Abacha loot. If you Google the internet, the report is there. And it was systematically carried out with evidence of what we were saying. So when it was Abacha through, it's the most systemic work ever carried out in the world. There's no civil society have ever carried such a work out in the world. Mantra. We are the first. As a matter of fact, the US government representative that invited me on a G20 meeting in Paris said the Nigerian mantra model was a gold standard. If you look at the literature, just look around, you see. For example, in Sri Lanka, they can't even talk to their government when it comes to asset recovery. But in Nigeria, that's why I say we have recorded some sources, and we should also highlight those sources, because it will not encourage others to work towards asset recovery. So we are not as what is happening in Libya, in Sri Lanka, in Kazakhstan, in other countries. But civil society in Nigeria have been able to build some kind of engagement with government here. I'm happy that Parker, Executive Secretary, former Executive Secretary, is here. And I'm happy that if Madam Juliet is still online, she played a very major role that made it possible for us in the Abacha to have that conference. So the British High Commission, through FCDO, they supported the work when we returned back from Switzerland and from US. And then we had that MOU with the Ministry of Justice. And that led to the mantra. And then that led to we being able to monitor. So when you hear me say in the television that the social register is not fraud, I say it with evidence. And the painful aspect is that, and I see this, and this is something we must all try as much as possible to build consensus on. What I see in Nigeria is that if I'm not there, it's bad. That spirit is a bad one. If not me, every other person is bad. You don't run a country like that. Mantra had 9 partners across the country. We have over 200 NGOs. And it's evidence, the facts are there. And we engage the NCTO, the National Cash Transfer Office. We engage the Ministry of Justice. We engage different institutions. We engage the World Bank Mission. The National Social Register is real. Are there no problem? Then you go to our report. Yes, there are problems. We went as far to ensure that officials who were trying to compromise the register were arrested, investigated, dismissed. And the grievance mechanism of the social register were utilized. Were they perfect? No. But to say that the National Social Register lack integrity, throw it away, it's not a good way to go. And then we have not seen that civil society, who is not working in the area, they are issuing that statement. For example, I'm a civil society, I'm in ANEEJ. I don't work in social protection issue. Because NEC said that the document lack integrity, I'll go and issue out a statement. Does it make sense? You don't work in that area. You have not carried out research. You were not in the field. The work we did in Mantra is what contributed to the mileage on anti-corruption commitment in OGP in Nigeria. And we use this as an example of success story in Canada and everywhere we went to. So we have to build consensus on the things we have achieved. So we have done very well in the GFA. And is it the best? No. Is it working? Are you sure, Ovi? It's not working. It's okay, maybe you will just be controlling it there. It's okay. So what was the purpose of this study? One of the things we have also done with this study is to be able to have evidence to demonstrate to policymakers, because that's another thing why they will take you very seriously. It works, huh? So yeah, that's what, yes. So it's to review Nigeria's commitment at the London Anti-Corruption Summit and the Global Forum on Asset Recovery. I needed to just give that background to inform the reason why this study is very important, and then to assess how far Nigeria has implemented both commitment and identify gaps and challenges with the implementation. identify stakeholders that was involved in the implementation, and make specific recommendations to strengthen the fight against corruption. So the methodology for the study were involved desk review, stakeholders mapping, identifying those key stakeholders that were involved in these two processes, develop interview guide, conduct key informant interview, data analysis, preparation of report, review, and submissions of report. This is exactly what we also did with the mantra reports that when you go to our website, you also find them. Overview of London Anti-Corruption Summits and Nigerians' commitment. There are different countries that participated in the London Anti-Corruption Summit, made several commitments. And if you are familiar with the OGP work, those are the basis of the OGP commitments, and that we were following the OGP commitment. So in 2016, 50 head of country delegation, President Buhari was there, 5 representatives of overseas territories and crown dependents, as well as 61 representatives of national and international organizations converged in London. And it was at the end of this summit that the UK and US government agreed to host the Global Forum on Asset Recovery in Washington in 2007. That's the following year. And the whole basis of that London Anti-Corruption Summit was to again put on a global agenda the issue of corruption. And at the summit, President Buhari made commitments in several areas. And you also see, as we go along the line, some of those commitments he made, there has been some success that he has made. Areas of commitment, so you can see them. When you are with the reports, so I will not bore you so that we can be fast. So these are some of the areas: beneficial ownership. You agree with me today, if you are familiar with the common law, Nigeria has made a dramatic improvement in the common law. And then it is now very easy for you to access those data on who owns company, because the reason why you have corruption in the country, we don't know who are the owners of this company. But once you have access to the ownership through the Corporate Affairs Commission, you can easily access it. You'll be able to do analysis. Who are the people that are compromising the system? Then another key one there is the asset recovery and asset return, transparent management of returned asset. These are also part of the commitment in OGP. And then we have the public procurement and fiscal transparency. We have preventing integrity of institutions, and then support innovation on the use of technology to fight corruption and all that. So these are the areas of the commitment that Nigeria made, which OGP also advanced. Then we also had the GIFA and their commitment. One key commitment there was that at the end of GIFA meeting, there was 10 commitments. And one that is very interesting to us that we think we will use as a basis to explain this study is the principle 4 that talks about transparency and accountability. And then the 10th principle that talk about the inclusion of civil society. Interestingly, the Nigerian agreement with Switzerland was signed in Washington. So when that agreement was signed, that's when laid the basis for the restitution of the $325.5 million to Nigeria. So what the researchers did with the London Anti-Corruption Summit commitments is to set up this graph. First, the commitment, listing the commitments. You will see it in the report. And then under what national framework, what was the legislative framework, and then enforcement implementation so far, and then key recommendations. So when you look through that report, you will find that the recommendations that are made, that those are some of the conversations I hope that the panelists will help us interrogate today, which will inform the outcome of this dialogue that we will use to provide a feedback to the new government to set a new agenda. So I will not want to bore you for too long, but interesting, it's good to look at this commitment, establishing a public central register for company beneficial ownership. It has been done now. And that for me is something that Nigerians should celebrate. But how many NGOs have been able to go to research? You know, when you say corruption, there is a vehicle for corruption. All the contract at local government level, at state level, at federal level is carried out by companies. Who are the owners of those companies? If you are able to access that register, you'll be able to know the owners of the company. They are our brothers and sisters. You will be shocked. The owners of those companies. But you know, Nigerians, nobody doing the research. I was mentioning to a fellow media fellow brother just a while ago. Now, NEC said social register has no integrity. Some set of people said it has integrity. What should the journalists do? Is to investigate and come out with a report. But what are they doing? Just watch our eyes. They are just inviting people. You know, it's just like an elite struggle. What you can imagine if Arise can do a 30-minute documentary. I'm going there this afternoon. That's what I'm going to tell them. If they do a 30-minute documentary, actually go and check whether the register is real or not. Because Nigeria don't trust government. Nigeria don't trust people. The poor people don't trust the elite. So it is the journalists that will say, okay, let's go to the state and see whether this register is actually existing. And then let's look the names that are in this register, whether they actually collected this Abacha money. All this controversy that we are seeing in the country will go down. But that's not happening. It's just, Mr. A, professor said this one said this. It will not help us. So that's one of the commitments that I think is very useful. And then we also saw other commitment which was listed along that. Like I said, it is the most important place you need to look as we move forward is the recommendations, which will form part of the conversation that we'll be discussing today. And then we'll also look into how the NFIU Act. Today, as you can see, it's an existing body. There are quite a number of things NFIU is doing in the country, particularly on suspicious financial dealings. But you know, they cannot just come out and publish those reports. That's why you need civil society to track those things and see how they can be enforced in the country. Then strengthen asset recovery legislation. You will agree with me that in the last administration, the Proceeds of Crime Bill was passed into law. And today, POCA is a framework that builds asset recovery architecture in the country. As we speak now, our friend is in the hall, Dr. Suleiman. I'm sure that he will be flying to Sri Lanka. They have to beg us that we should export him to Sri Lanka to help Sri Lanka to design their own Proceeds of Crime Bill. So we should celebrate our own. And when the Sri Lanka people got in contact with me, I said, we have our technician here, and Suleiman can help you people. And now they are negotiating with UNDP in Sri Lanka now to help him to come and help them design their Proceeds of Crime Bill. So we are achieving results. So that's some good things in Buhari regime. Everything did not go bad. So that's something we can also celebrate. And as we speak today, we have Abacha 1, we have Abacha 2, we have Abacha 3, and we have several recoveries that have been recovered in the country. And we have Ibori loot that was returned. Although I was not happy about that because the federal government had jacked that. Then Bayelsa own has come, over $1 million has now been returned, and it's going for health facilities in Bayelsa State. And they have just done the procurement. I don't know who won, but the most important thing, the money has returned to Nigeria. So we are recording success. And as we speak now, confiscations are going on, and negotiations are going on, and we are familiar with all this conversation. It does not happen in other countries. Speak to any of your colleagues who are professionals on the asset recovery thing. In Sri Lanka, they will tell you that it's not as easy. In Libya, it's not as easy. In Georgia, it's not as easy. So we're recording some success. So another area that we thought that is also very important is about coordination among the anti-corruption agency. Are they well coordinated? You agree with me that that's our area of weakness. You see what has happened with the EFCC. We are coming up with the report now. The lack of stability in the appointment of chairman of EFCC. Every president that comes wants to appoint his own pro-EFCC chairman. So it becomes difficult for EFCC to play their role effectively. Magbu, from Magbu to this my friend, what they call him now, Bawa is still in prison now. So what did he do now? Nobody knows. So, and that sends a very wrong signal. You see, so that lack of coordination among the anti-corruption agency is not good for the administration, and it's not good for this government. And I hope that that will be one of the key recommendations from this meeting. If Tinubu were to be taken seriously by the international community, he has to come out very clearly on the power issue. If he has stolen money or he has committed any fraud, he should allow the world to know. But to keep him in the prison and be saying that you are investigating him, it doesn't make any sense. So next slide, please. Yes. So Nigeria to sign up to Common Reporting Standard Initiative. That is ongoing, and then we're also doing very well in that. And the recommendation you have seen that is that the reporting standard regulations and guidelines should be regularly reviewed, which normal. You don't, it's not static. Once you review it, you look the best practice, you adopt it. Nigeria to join the ANEEJ task initiative. That's something that also a framework should be put in place to monitor the implementation. And that's the role civil society can also play very well. And then we also look into the Nigeria to review penalties and other actions against professional enablers. You know, when we talk about illicit financial flow, the enablers, the lawyers, the accountants, the legal firms, they all resist when you want to put reform in those sectors. It's something that civil society should also look into. And I think that's one part of the recommendation that has also come out from there. Then we also talk about Nigeria to work together to enhance company disclosure. This issue of company disclosure, we have seen that in AITI. Nigeria is also a leading voice in the AITI conversation globally. And all the best practice and best standards that have been implemented so far, Nigeria is also not doing bad. And it's just that sometimes I have been involved in the AITI debate from day one in its establishment in UK till this point in time. The amount of data that is in Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative is enormous. Are they using it? No. Pick Nigerian newspaper for the past 5 years and see which newspaper have used those data very well. You know, it's easy to say people are corrupt. Dr. Otibe said it a while ago. He provided an example. People wrote a petition against a man, and the man came now and said, look, I'm not even taking the money from the account. Perception is not corruption. No. You see me driving a fine vehicle. You see me, I carry a big phone. You don't know the source I make it. You just say I'm a thief. Huh? And that happened. It happened to me. I was invited by Tony Blair to England when the AITI was launched, and I was paid per DM. So I used it to buy that phone that it happened, that the labs that time, because that time all the NGO people that was around that time, it's only a few of them that were having vehicle. So when I came back from England and I put that phone in my pocket, it was what caused trouble in public to pay campaign. But it was my per diem that was paid to me in England. So we have to be careful. Don't just see somebody because, and then you just, because once you lose your voice of integrity, you are gone. Once you say something and people now go and investigate and say, I know what you said just now was not true. So, and that's what will end up with NEC. NEC will lose their integrity. And you can see now the chairman can't respond. What Nasarawa state government said is different. What Kaduna state governor said is different. They are not able to come with a consensus. And that's wrong. Because Soludo was just speaking, look, he shouldn't have said that. So thank you. So I don't want to bore you much. When you look the native thing and you look all the refineries, the issues, they are all identified in this report. And then we also went to look at the Nigerian to implement the principle of open government partnerships and the open data charter and the development under it, under the framework, the development of open government partnership, National Action Plan 1 and 2. We're happy that at least Nigeria is doing well in the OGP thing. The only thing is that we have to also strengthen the consensus around the key commitments. You know, once commitments are followed, it's also up to the civil society to also organize and build collaboration. And I think the key thing and the key challenge is for consensus to be built on some of these commitments. Nigeria to develop internationally endorsed guidelines for the transparent and accountable management of returned asset. Returned asset, that was the controversy in the poker law. In the poker law, it was decentralized. EFCC and ICPC were now being asked to manage their assets in their different anti-corruption agencies. And I think that is a big problem because when you allow this anti-corruption agency to become the manager of those assets that they have recovered, there will be a conflict of interest. and there's a capacity issue. They don't have that capacity to manage those assets, and it can become a source of corruption. Nigeria to develop common principle governing the payment of compensation to countries affected, including payment from foreign bribery. That's an issue that I think that the Glencoe issue will also throw up. And I'm happy that civil society organization monitoring is highly essential if we are to follow up with those kind of cases. And I'm happy my friend from Public Short-Pay Campaign is taking a leadership on that Glencoe issue about the bribery that Glencoe is also involved in. So what are the limitations from the study? There are inter-agency rivalry among anti-corruption agency, political interference in the activity of the anti-corruption agency, continuous delay of the passage of the pending anti-corruption bills at the National Assembly, slow judicial process, anti-corruption issue. That's why you see that Shell, when you want to take Shell to court in London, they say come to Nigeria. We prefer Nigeria because they know that they can easily undermine the judicial system in Nigeria, unlike. But when they want to put in a clause for business with Nigeria, they want the arbitration to take place in abroad. And you have seen how they have used international arbitrations to get a lot of money from Nigeria. So lack of operational independence of anti-corruption agency, that's a serious problem. There's a rivalry among the anti-corruption agency. They are not able to organize, and this is a big problem. So we have identified key recommendations. So you have the report, and one of them is about there should be more transparency in the national asset recovery regime. The asset disposal committee inaugurated by the Attorney General, Federation, and other respective anti-corruption agencies should furnish public with monthly reports on assets recovered, with other information on the process of disposal, such as the value of the asset, the specific purpose of which they are utilized. I was a member of the Presidential Committee on Asset Disposal before the committee was dissolved. The amount of asset that is wasting across the country is enormous. Ships, cars, house, look, that's why I said that the issue of capacity is very important. You need an independent central asset management agency to do those things. But if you put that with the anti-corruption agency, there will certainly be conflict of interest. Just take the Zianis property in Lagos. Have you been there in Lekki? You just go there, you'll be shocked. EFCC cannot manage it, but if you give it to a professional and asset manager, they'll be able to manage it and it can become an asset to the government. Then we talk about the issue of the national anti-corruption strategy. I hope that Tinubu government will be able to give voice to the next strategy, and then that will become a rallying point, because as a country, you need a strategy. The strategy will define where you are going and help all build consensus around the fight against corruption. And then we talk about other anti-corruption bill like the whistleblowing bill, whistleblower protections and weakness bill. It's very important. There need to be an architecture on how this can be carried out. Government associations should place more emphasis on corruption prevention. It's very important. Awareness raising, using research to engage government is very important. Then the Constitution, we also talk about the Attorney General and that of the minister, and at the commissioner level, at the state level. When you amass power in the Attorney General's office, it brings a lot of challenge. Then we talk about the financial independence and adequacy in funding. The anti-corruption agency will require a lot of support to be able to do a lot of work. In today's anti-corruption work, it is not that traditional way of fighting corruption. You arrest somebody before you start carrying out investigation. In an advanced country, you do your investigation. And when you have substantial evidence, you can move to arrest. But within the framework of unexplained wet order, you can use that to arrest. And that clauses are in some of our anti-corruption agencies as well. Then we talk about issue of institutional framework for anti-corruption in Nigeria. Emphasis should be placed in empowering governing institutions like the Auditor General Office, Code of Conduct. If they are empowered, the political way for this to happen is something very challenging. And if you look what Tinubu has started now with the arrest of the EFCC chairman, it doesn't give a right signal at all. The involvement of civil society process in recovery and management, Matra have demonstrated that with an evidence that CSO can play a major role. And then having a kind of cooperation among the institutions, it will always strengthen the fight. And then we also have the procurement platform. It's something that civil society need to be conversant with, because majority of the corruption that is happening in the public sector today in the country happens during the procurement. And BPP should group data on the platform for easy access. Civil society should train and engage, and it will help the country. Create incentive mechanism for professional bodies so that they can act in a more consensus-like and then engage the private sector, because civil society don't engage the private sector. They have got value to add in the fight against corruption. Efficiency and effectiveness in judicial processes take a long time to have justice in Nigeria. I was awarded 5 billion 10 years ago when the police framed me up to now, but maybe it's for my pension. You know, we don't get pension in civil society work. So it takes long time. It takes long time, really. So thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for that brilliant presentation of the report. We will move quickly now to constitute a panel to discuss the report and some other general recommendations, because we are moving deep now into the substance of the meeting, agenda setting for the new government. Some recommendations have been presented here. The panelists are free to also speak to other areas as it pertains to their work. We are looking for a way forward for this new government. So, Dr. Matthew Ayibakuru from British High Commission will moderate the panel. So please come out and take one of the fine seats that have been arranged here. Just, yeah. Okay. We had invited virtually most of the anti-corruption agencies to be part of this meeting, to speak to some of the issues as it pertains to them. Many of them are not here, and the few that are here are not authorized to speak to us. So we will invite a few of the persons that have already been arranged to be here to come out. First, let me introduce Oluwatoyosi Giwa, who works with British Council. She was part of she was part of the team, one of the component managers that implemented the RULAC project, Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption in Nigeria. She was invited to be here because that project did a lot of work around justice reform, anti-corruption issues, and all of that. So she will share experience from that work, highlighting key reform issues they worked on, and perhaps their work may have thrown up some areas for further work within this new administration. I hope you'll be able to do that for us today. Thank you. Let me invite one of the cluster members, one of the anti-corruption cluster members, Mr. Lukman Ade Folahun. He's Executive Director of 21st Century 21st Century, is it Empowerment Initiative? Please, I need to be empowered. Okay. Mr. Suleiman Daudu from the Administration of Criminal Justice Management Committee, a fine lawyer who has done extensive work around Administration of Criminal Justice Management in Nigeria. So he will be part of the committee or the panel. For now, that is these are the persons around on the schedule. So we may need to use our discretion to add 1 or 2 persons to the panel. Please let me consult with my boss. I have the authority of my executive director to invite the immediate past executive secretary of PACAC, because PACAC was a creation of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, and we are sure the extensive work that they did, there are certainly issues that should be passed on to the next administration. I think this is okay for now. Dr. Matthew will take it up from here. Doc. Before Matthew starts, the discussion is about reforms. What should the next this new government, where are the areas that the new government should focus on? Very sharp discussion so that we can fulfill our agenda setting purpose for convening the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And really happy to be sitting here to have this conversation with a really amazing panel. When I got the invitation and I saw the potential list of people that will be on this panel, I was wondering how I was going to navigate the topic with that huge number. But I think fate has allowed to have a very proper, but also lesser number of people on the panel that I think would help us have a deep conversation. I'm going to spend 5 minutes to just set an overall context for the conversation we'd have. And as Innocent has said, I personally worked on anti-corruption for a few years. I've become a bit tired of just going through panel after panel where people just highlight the problems of anti-corruption and the issues and the challenges. And so we're going to try as much as we can to focus today on recommendations. How do we move forward? Because as Dr. Tive said when he was speaking, we all know what changes are or change at the federal level since we had the London Anti-Corruption Conference in 2016, followed by the Geneva Conference in 2017. Nigeria signed on to OGP around this period. We are just for the first time having a change of administration at the federal level. And this provides really a momentous occasion for us to be able to push through and also see how these reforms are moving within one administration to another administration. And so there's a moment of opportunity for all of us working in this space right now. I think when the previous administration came into office in 2015, there were really high expectations, very high expectations on anti-corruption. In fact, anti-corruption was one of 2 key agenda items that dominated the political campaigns leading to the 2015 elections. And of course, that was followed up by really candid commitments, especially at the global level, to address corruption. And I guess for most Nigerians, that high momentum at the beginning kind of tailed off towards the end of the administration. And there is an opportunity now to reinvigorate that conversation. I did, over the last couple of years, work more specifically around elections in Nigeria than on anti-corruption. And the one thing that was very clear in most of our conversations was the fact that anti-corruption just didn't feature in the campaigns leading to the 2 elections. There were a few times where civil society organizations tried asking 1 or 2 questions, but even from a civil society perspective, a lot of focus was around security, was around fuel subsidy on the economy, which is understandable because those were the issues that were touching the lives of people more specifically at the time. But I think we kind of missed a point there in not using the campaign period to reinvigorate conversations around anti-corruption and how it would be. And so we are now at the beginning of a new administration where there isn't clarity in terms of how the new government of Nigeria would address corruption. And when I did go through the policy the policy documents of the various political parties, there is often very cursory mention of how they are going to deal with corruption and nothing more in terms of details or commitments or policies or program. And so there is this real opportunity for civil society, and a program like this is really important to be able to highlight the issue of anti-corruption again and set an agenda for the new administration, but also for all the other players in the space, including civil society themselves. There are a few issues which I'm just going to run through quickly when you go through the report, and questions that I'm hoping the panelists can avert their mind to when they start responding to recommendations that are very clear when you go through this report. Of course, because of the expertise of nation that's invited this year, ANEEJ, it is very clear that a lot of the recommendations are looking at the anti-corruption space within the purview of asset recovery. And there are a few questions that we can avert our mind to in this respect. The first one is just how conditionalities work for asset recovery in Nigeria. So when we sign these agreements for the return of assets to Nigeria, as civil society, do we feel it works better that those agreements provide conditions on the use of the funds, or is it better, as most government institutions would argue, that you should just provide the money back to Nigeria? Nigerians should decide what they do with it, and not some American government or British government or somebody else deciding what you do with the money. There are questions around how the monitoring of the use of the money works between foreign recoveries and assets recovered within Nigeria. I think when you go through the Mantra report, and Reverend David has spoken quite a bit about this in his speech, when the monies come from outside Nigeria, from foreign jurisdictions, there's a lot of interest in how they're used, but there is less frameworks or interest or activity around monies that are recovered locally and what they are used for. And do we talk about how this money should be used to maybe empower anti-corruption agencies to work better? Should they be added to the budget? Should we have markers on the budget so people understand how these monies are used? There's also a very clear issue right now, and I was speaking to my colleague from UNODC, Princess, recently, about how we align the current frameworks with the reality of the institutional framework established by POCA, and to see how POCA becomes a stronger mechanism to provide the institutions we need to address asset recovery issues. I think a point that has become very clear from the report, but also from conversations today, is also the fact that there seems to be a disconnect between the successes or events within the anti-corruption space in Nigeria and the public understanding and perception of anti-corruption efforts. So whenever you come into spaces where you have the stakeholders talking about anti-corruption, you can really understand the pulse, the passion, but also the outcomes that they've achieved in addressing corruption in Nigeria over the years. But then when you go to the news, you talk to the average Nigerian, there is an absolute disillusionment about how anti-corruption is working in Nigeria. And it is important for us to understand why that is the issue. And just finally, while I was speaking earlier, I talked about how the approaches to anti-corruption have evolved over time. With the British High Commission, for instance, we have over the last few years thought perhaps maybe it might be best to be able to address anti-corruption from a sectoral perspective. So how does anti-corruption work within elections in Nigeria? How does it work within natural resource governance in Nigeria? How does it work in the health sector, in the education sector, rather than having just an overall approach to addressing corruption? And would that be a better way to go or make well in Nigeria? So putting on an academic cap for the first time in a very long time, I think I've posed a lot more questions than answers, but I'm really happy that I have people on the panel who are going to provide some of the answers to these questions. And so for the first round of questions, and also knowing that we have about an hour, and I don't intend us to go beyond that, I'm going to just start up with the key question, which is the fact that from your perspective, from your institution, from your organization, and it's good we have a mix of civil society, government on the panel, what do you think are the major building blocks that the current administration can work on to address corruption in Nigeria? what are the successes or what are the accomplishments, what are the institutions that are already in place that can provide a good finding block to address corruption in Nigeria going forward. We're going to go through those, and then the next level of questions will take us through the key recommendations. So I'm happy to start from here, and then we'll go down.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. I must tell you that some of us from 2015 to date, corruption has kept us very busy. But as well, we have kept the corrupt elements very busy. In other words, frankly speaking, from 2015 to 2023, under the Buhari administration, we have really fought corruption. But make a distinction between killing corruption and fighting corruption. Some Nigerians want to believe that since we say we're fighting corruption, there should never be an incident or a reportage on corruption. There is no government in the world that can kill corruption. And corruption is like cancer. You attack here, it comes out in some other direction. So that the government under Buhari has fought corruption, I can confirm to you that we did it with the best ability available to us. And that is a story for another day. And I, at many fora, challenged anybody for a public discourse regarding what the Buhari government did in the fight against corruption. I make bold to say that from 1999, when we began democracy, to 2023, when he left office, no government really fought corruption like the Buhari administration. And I'm still open for a dialogue, national public dialogue, on the efforts made by the Buhari administration to fight corruption. Was it perfect? Was it all inclusive? No, there are still problems in the fight against corruption. When he left, actually, we discovered many problems. And that's why the current government has many things to consider. And I'm not saying that the fight against corruption is the responsibility of the government alone. The government can do its bit, but many other stakeholders have to do their bit. And that's where the civil society organizations come in. I am happy with this report because unlike Transparency International, it's not based on perception. You know, some of us who are in the business of fighting corruption, I have read numerous reports of the Transparency International. Frankly speaking, I don't lose my sleep because of their report, because there are too many methodological weaknesses in the report. During the life of PACAC, we have written many protest letters against Transparency International because unless you are able to raise the right questions, you will not get the right answers. The way they raise their questions will lead to an answer that everybody can guess. Again, that is story for another day. So I'm happy with this report because it is not purely based on perception. Please go and read the UNODC report on Nigeria. Very good report, all inclusive, empirical. Go and read the APRO Barometer report on Nigeria. Go and read CDD report on Nigeria. Go and read even JABA report on Nigeria. You see radical departure between Transparency International. So please, let's keep fighting. We'll come along a lot of frustrations. That is why I believe we need to be wary of Nigeria. Some Nigerians, there are many people who are skeptical. And for those ones, they need evidence. But there are those who are cynical. No matter the amount of evidence we give, they will not be convinced. So while we are fighting corruption, we should be wary of the cynics. The cynics will not be convinced. And if you want to lose your sleep because of them, they will not be in the fight against corruption. Number three, frankly speaking, there must be a courageous government in Nigeria that can take on our civil service. Some state governors have started it. Now, for you to be a permanent secretary, you have to undergo exams, integrity tests. At the federal level, we need to sanitize the civil service. Anything you want to initiate and implement, you have to do it through the civil service. But here we have a very conservative, static, arrogant, and unproductive civil service. So this government has begun with some courage, withdrawal of fuel subsidy, merging the exchange rate. Please implement the Orosenyo report, which has taken all the civil service, and you will see results. I keep saying that fighting corruption requires a judiciary that works, a Ministry of Justice that works, an Attorney General that can lead the fight against corruption from the front. The judiciary is made up of the court registry. But if you look at the lawyers, they have turned the fight against corruption into a business. There are some lawyers in this country who are only active when it comes to high-profile corruption. We know them. I have the list. So we need a decent array of lawyers that can work for humanity. Then we need judges that are decent and performing. Then we need a court registry that will not turn the court and the fight against corruption into a business again. Finally, let us not over-presidentialize. What I mean by over-presidentialization is that nearly every Nigerian rests their hope on, let's say, Buhari, Tinubu, then the next president. The president we have now can only do so much. He has an array of apparatuses that must work for him to succeed. Then at the federal level, you know, we have the judiciary, we have the legislature. Let's focus on them as well. We have 3 tiers of government, we have 3 arms of government. Let's go to the state. At the state level, we have the state assembly, we have the state judiciary, but nearly every activism is on the president, or nearly all activism is at the federal level. It's not bad, but can we cascade it down to the local governments and the state? Because I have always said these people control a lot of resources belonging to Nigeria. Today, their allocation, monthly allocation, has more than doubled. It's over 200% increase with the withdrawal of fuel subsidy. So Nigerians must ask questions regarding our state. They can be tyrants, but there are ways of engaging them. And activism does not necessarily mean confrontation. Some of us in the university have seen the consequences of confrontation. 8 months without salary. So we can do better. We can use different approaches depending on the circumstances, but we must engage our governors because they can do a lot to improve the lives of our people. We must engage the local governments. They can do a lot to improve our. Finally, I understand the frustration of Reverend David Ogulu. Let's be very much aware that we're engaged in a very thankless job. But we take solace that this is service to humanity. This is solving problems, not creating problems. And very soon, government should expect more hostility. Obasanjo will begin to write letters very soon. I can tell you that Sheikh Gumi will start attacking the government. Matthew Kuka will start writing his letters. Government must be prepared. Just be focused, be determined, be committed. Cynics, ignore them. But those who are skeptical, give them evidence, because anybody who is skeptical is in need of evidence. But if somebody is cynical, there is nothing you can do. Just keep focused, fire on, continue what you are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can pass it. Thank you very much. That is very helpful. You've provided a very broad strategic overview of the issues. As moderator, I'm going to be a bit more specific now, just so we can keep up with time. Mr. Suleiman, you work in the Ministry of Justice, and I think that you're right in the middle of the anti-corruption efforts in Nigeria. If you were to be addressing the new president, President Tinubu, today, what are your top 3 reform areas you would point out to him to improve the anti-corruption efforts in Nigeria?
All right, thank you, Doctor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thought the question was, what was the achievement of the, I think you are now redirecting.
I'm moving it forward, but if you can build on the building blocks and say what's next we can do.
So I can address both. So I think my point that I've noted is that the last government, we've been able to establish that in terms of the legal framework. And this is obviously, this is my forte that I've always been involved. And I recall after several attempts that we've made in the past from 2015 to 2017 to try and come up with the anti-corruption legislation led by Dr. and the host of the cohort group. Such legislation that we fought for, especially legislation that's positioned us for to fight civil forfeiture, and that was process of crime. And that has been the top one that we've always been, and we always assume everything is running up around process of crime, whereas there are other legislation. But the process of crime was very important for us to be able to position, not just in relation to on-cash requirement or the GABA or the other ones that are in place. But we managed to pass that law eventually in 2021, I believe, 2022, yes, just last year, 2022, yes. And so that is in place with all the limitation that goes with it. We have the process of crime in place. Yes, as Reverend mentioned earlier, it's not the version, which is another issue that goes with this legislation. Because there are quite different versions from the National Assembly, from the Ministry of Justice, from the civil society, and you will always have this confusion. In the end, the president is signing ones that are a bit watery, and that's what we have. But we have a legislation in place which tick the box in relation to the requirement of the international world. So we have that. We also had in place money laundering amendment law act, which also came in 2022 with the same struggle, and yes, with a bit of its limitation. With now is Money Laundering Prevention, Prohibition and Prevention Act 2022. One of the gaps that we have in that was the fact that we wanted the SCUMO to be an independent body. But again, that failed. It's now still under the EFCC control. We had a strong, our draft, the version that we had, positioned SCUMO as a separate entity that would now be able to fight non-financial designated, delegated non-financial businesses and all that. But then it's still a good point, still a starting point that is an improvement in the money laundering that we had previously up to 2013 and the rest of this. So we also have that in place in the last regime. We also were able to pass on the Terrorism Prohibition and Prevention Act, which was also an improvement to what we had, because there were loads of other offenses that were listed, other defenses that was also open. And most importantly, we created the Counterterrorism Center, which flows with my second point, that we've also been able to establish strong institutions, anti-corruption agencies, from PACAC to EFCC to ICPC, led by good leadership, much improved from what we had before. Yes, a little bit of issues around the leadership and appointment interference with the political structures, as the Reverend pointed out, and also the coordinator. But then we have that strong institution from the Counterterrorism Center. For the first time, is able to coordinate all issues around counterterrorism. And I think recently we also saw the beautiful building that was situated within the National Security Agency's office, the Security Advisor's Office. And that is the follow-up of what we had in the new law, TPPA. Yes, it was also not the version that we wanted in relation to the TPPA. It was much larger than that, but some issues were also taken up, which one of our sponsors, development partners, UNODC, were not particularly happy with. But having said that, we have something to fly with. What we're looking at in terms of recommendation is something that I've also pointed out, that we need a much improved proceeds of crime bill to deal with the issue of management of those assets, which Reverend also alluded to. Centralized one is what we fought for over time. We were very surprised at the last minute, it was also left to the anti-corruption agencies to be managing and also disposing. which again, it's not what was actually expected or what we have drafted initially. So we're looking for more robust process of crime act or bill that will supersede what we have presently with a very strong management, central management, and also in terms of having our witness protection bill, which is still pending. That's one of the bills that was not passed in the last regime. Very crucial to the issue of which one of our challenge that we have identified, the extraordinary delay in justice, delay in the dispensation of justice, which is one of the loopholes that all the defense lawyers and all the other ones that are coming up fighting corruption or fighting the anti-corruption agencies, they usually allude to. They take advantage of that long delay in processing and disposing cases. And that is what we have to deal with. My second leg or third leg, a strong judiciary, as Prof mentioned earlier, that's built on certain principles of law that I'm also dealing with, apart from legislation, which is case management. You must have a strong case management for anti-corruption cases. It's one of the work that we are currently carrying out, the practice direction for anti-corruption and criminal cases, especially capital offenses. We are saying that we must adopt a case management system, the case management hearing that takes care of all the pre-action protocol, all the pre-action hearing, and set out when a trial is set for a trial is actually a trial. I'm not bringing any frivolous application around that. So we are creating a tools or instrument that guides the court to be able to strengthen and practice case management system as it should be done, especially in financial crimes. Well, I think we'll have another bite in terms of that. But one point that I also wanted to note is that we have always been advocating for special crimes court. And that is something that we will also be looking forward to in the new dispensation. Or the last dispensation, we had designation of judges to be taking on cases. That is, this judge is still the one, the ICPC is dealing with FCC cases. We know that the institutions also are aware of these judges, but these judges are still dealing with other matters. It's a civil matter, all of that, that or special course that we're looking for. We're looking, you will have specialists who are dealing with something that we're selling this government, and we're doing it very frontally with all the instruments that we have also put in place. Let me not extend my time. There will be another bite that's come by. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for him. Very helpful. You've raised a number of very important recommendations, and my antenna is just going all over the place on all the arguments and counter arguments, but I'll keep them until we're coming to the end. We're not going to have the civil society perspective, maybe to within 5 minutes or so. Of course, we'll come back. But from your perspective, from a civil society perspective, what do you think are the strong buildings that this immediate past government has put in place? And what are your own key recommendations for the new administration?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think I will speak to 3 key things. When Reverend was discussing the report with us, he mentioned the issue of capacity, and that is where I will start. Under the UNCAC provision, there is a role of private sector, and it is very key when we are discussing issue around fighting corruption. Reverend mentioned a property seized that is very difficult for EFCC to manage. So it means this administration should work closely with private sector, especially financial institutions, around KYC, know your customers. There is need to do a coordinated KYC when customers are opening accounts. If you look at UNCAC provision, private sectors have a role to play. And I'm happy Mr. Sulaiman mentioned around the designated non-financial institutions in the fight against corruption. And that is where the professionals like estate managers comes on board, quantity surveyor comes on board, as well as auditing firm like ICANN lawyers. So they all have roles to play if this administration want to fight corruption. Having said that, I will look at the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, the second phase. We are happy that the last administration adopted the 5 pillars in those anti-corruption strategy. But there is key element that this administration needs to work on, and that is the area around awareness creation among the citizens. We need to now focus on our efforts at the subnational. Subnational in the sense that there was an argument last week on a particular platform about the integrity of register. And we are all confused about the feedback we are getting from individuals that doesn't even understand the nitty-gritty, because the focus has been at the national level. Mantra, like Reverend mentioned, we were at UAE during the COP8. Countries were following us. How did we manage to work with our government to achieve this mantra concept? So I'm calling on this administration to see how to look at the pillar 1 of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy that talks around awareness creation. NOA should be engaged properly so that they can work closely at the community level. And for NOA to work well, there is need for this government to make funding, sustainable funding for anti-corruption agencies. It is when you make funding available for anti-corruption agencies to deliver on their mandates, that helps us as a nation. I give you an example of Code of Conduct Bureau. If you compare the budgetary allocation to that agency, to other sister agencies that we have in this space, we have about 27 to 28 anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria. But Code of Conduct Bureau, because we need to work on prevention as one of the pillars of that strategy, because we all agree that prevention is better than cure. We are still working towards moving. So in moving into reform processes, so there will be need for this government to institutionalize those initiatives around open government partnership, beneficial ownership. What happened to Coco after we see that award? If you go to the website now, it's almost 0. So we want this administration to look at the issue around procurement. And we also agree that the corrupt act in the public sector is around 80 to 85%. So this government needs to look at issues. The council, there is need for states to also key in, because that is where all those corrupt acts happened. Award of contract of November, December, we see a lot of expression of to ICPC or this. We have different information at different levels, but now they are talking. It has improved, but we can do better around the intelligence coordination.
A lot there. There is a lot there. I think that maybe by the end of this panel, when I send the reports in, it will be a question of which ones we prioritize. But it's very helpful that there's a bit of clarity on what needs to be done. I think important because ROLAC kept going at a time where most of the other anti-corruption donor programs were sort of closing down perspective. And from your work with ROLAC, what you feel were the key lessons or insights in terms of support for anti space in the period of the last administration, recommendations regard on areas to focus on going forward?
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the other panelists. Problem and anti-corruption program, as you know, historically roughly intervening in the sector, right from the Justice for All program through the RULAC program that just concluded in March of this year. And of course, the Nigeria in its efforts to reform the justice sector as well as the anti-corruption sector. And on the other side, also support civil society to engage in those reforms. That is to say, support citizens to be more of active reform of the justice and anti-corruption sector. In terms of lessons, I would say that we did quite well by being able and accessible to support the priorities of the anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria, as well as the priorities of the key agencies that were in charge of administering justice. I would say that maybe we didn't do as well or focus on support civil society. And we did try, but it's just that sometimes when you talk about sexual and gender-based violence or health interventions or education interventions, it is very easy for you to support civil society or citizens directly. But when you are intervening in the anti-corruption space, it's a bit more tricky for you to support institutions and at the same time support civil society to monitor or hold those institutions accountable. And I think in this next phase of the program, one of our main priorities will be to see how can we use creative methods to ensure that civil society is more engaged in the fight against corruption. Under the previous program we tried to build capacity for investigative journalism amongst journalists. We even looked for lay citizens and tried to increase their capacity for budget tracking, expenditure monitoring public procurement. But we still found that there was a limitation in terms of the openness and the accessibility for these civil society organizations or these citizens to be able to engage with the institutions that manage these processes. So I think with you again, to see how we can use more creative approaches to make sure that that space for civil society to engage with government is even more open than before. As we all know, over the years, citizens have lost trust in government. Trust is declining rather than increasing in government's commitment to live dignified lives. On a day-to-day basis, no matter how much government, we see those announcements in the papers or in the news that so and so amount has been recovered. In terms of that not. No matter what the government recovers or says it's done in terms of progress, when you go to the police, what to witnesses that should already be free of charge. What can the government of their commitment? I think that's one key recommendation. And also on the back of what very useful for engaging citizens in the fight against corruption. This about the National Anti-Corruption Strategy is its emphasis on citizens, private sector, civil society organizations, media, and government collaborating together under that framework to address corruption, either from the prevention side, the monitoring side, the accountability side, the research side. In some of the states, with many more states signing up and adopting the organizations between civil society and government. I think we've gone past the stage where we didn't have enough legislation. Legislation was inadequate. We've even gone past the stage where there was less awareness. I think most people are aware basically of what corruption is. We should do more of that, and also holding funders like myself accountable as well. Let us prioritize the things that are important to us as citizens of Nigeria and try and redirect attention to what is most important, funding going to anti-corruption agencies and less going to supporting the capacity of civil society organizations. You're seeing the same type of commitment and civil society organization program would listen, and I think other funders too would listen as well. Thank you.
Some short commitments, some were not even available. We realized that continuous engagement can make a difference. For example, the president said there are areas that are exclusive to the federal government. Today, or before the coming of the government, it was very easy for a minister, a director in a ministry or department or agency to go and sign an agreement or bilateral relations or even an MOU with foreigners. You remember the PNID. Today, that is no more. If you are going to sign an agreement, there has to be a whole gamut of stakeholders. He said those are the issues federal government can take off. But there are many other issues that the state government must do to add value to the lives of the people. And we should encourage our state assemblies, because the state assembly is more powerful in checkmating the activities of the governor. So let us get to understand that Nigeria has by law 3 tiers of government, 3 arms of government. And the governor is even more powerful in some matters than the president. So by the time certain things happen, and then you blame the president, things that can be tackled by a councillor, we blame the president. I'm not saying that we shouldn't concentrate on but this over-presidentialization, we have to tinker with it. Let's hold our National Assembly accountable. Let's hold our judiciary accountable. Let's hold our president accountable. But let us also cascade it, states, local governments, the private sector, and all that. Because when each aspect of our government library enforces each other, we'll have a better country than concentrating on Tinubu as if he's a demigod. He can do much, but then he can do much better if his activities, his efforts are enforced by local governments, states, and even the private sector.
Thank you very much, Prof. And just keep the mic, just to push it a bit for maybe 1 minute. And your engagement, no, with Prof, please. In your agreement with the state governments, yes, was there any state government you made progress with that agreed to put in place any sort of anti-corruption measures?
Some state governments like Kaduna State, like Kwara, like I think Edo State, Jigawa State, they because of those, they joined the OGP and they brought about a lot of reforms. Some of them introduced the TSA,
Okay.
But quite a number of them will say they will do. But the current governor of Kwara State attended live throughout the session, and he said he took our agenda and he implemented some. But in other places, they will send a director, a minister. We said we don't mind whoever comes, so long as they will pick one or two of the issues we have raised and implement them. So some TSA, some checkmated this speaker, presidential initiative on continuous auditing to extricate ghost workers. So we went round and table as many as, let's say, 15 items that need to be done in the states. But some will pick 2, some none, some 5, like that. Thank you. Huh? It's not in OGP, but I think Edo is, Kaduna is.
Okay.
There are some TSA, OGP, and many other commitments here and there.
Mr. Suleiman, back to you. I mean, I need to push a bit on this because we need to see sort of entry points for some of these conversations we're having, states where there are some work happening already. I need to ask you a very legal question, Mr. Suleiman. I think it was one of the items. It was one of the items on the constitutional amendment process.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, thank you. So it was one of the items on constitutional amendment that didn't go through. I see it in the recommendations on this report, and I want to ask you, why is it important, if you think it is, to separate the office of the Attorney General from the office of the Minister of Justice, and what effect will it have on anti-corruption efforts? If you can break it down for us. If you don't believe it should, also feel free to say it.
No, well, I think we have more serious problem or challenge than separating office of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice or Commissioner and the Attorney General. Apart from that, it will also lead to another level of layers and layers of bureaucracy and obviously expenses, cost, because then they create another office. But I think it will still be manned by individuals. And my take is the person that actually in charge of that office that matters. If you are Attorney General and you, I mean, with due respect, you appreciate your mandate and you really want to leave a legacy, there is no reason why you can't perhaps deputize that aspect, a certain aspect that some appears political, and certain aspects that is technical in relation to the justice, especially justice sector reform. An Attorney General should always prioritize that than the ordinary mundane, well, not mundane. I know that comes with a bit of cash if you chase asset recovery and the rest of it, and obviously dine and wine with the presidents and the governors. But to me, it's not really, it doesn't matter. That's my take, to be honest, is who. You can have all that Attorney General and the minister as well, and they are both blockheaded. I mean, sorry to use that word, or one of them is, the other is not. So it really depends who is handling, who is in charge. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Lukman, and if you can do this in 2 minutes, that's fine. But you've mentioned a lot about the NAC strategy, the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. I know that ANEEJ is doing this review of the implementation of GIFA. We have a process of reviewing how OGP national plans work. What is your impression of how well anti-corruption efforts match NACs? Looking at the experience of the last administration, is there a mechanism for reviewing or in a way checking how well institutions and CSOs and stakeholders keep to NACs? How significant is it?
Thank you, Dr. Matthew. I think NACs is key. And like Toyosi mentioned, some states are now trying to adopt it. And I know as a project, I supported a lot of institutions around the implementation as well too, when I was managing a project. And we monitored the implementation of the last NACs, what we call NACs 1. There are lessons learned from that implementation. And one of the key lessons learned from that is lack of funding. So that is why I mentioned, I want to see this administration make provision for the lead agencies saddled with the responsibility of implementing each pillar of that strategy. For example, the pillar around awareness creation, education, sensitization, saddled, that responsibility is with NOA. NOA, they have offices, we have opportunity to talk with the DG of NOA today, or any director from NOA. They will tell you their problem is no funding. You want them to popularize your programs and your policies, but no resources, no cash backing for them. So that is very key as one of the lessons learned from that. Another lessons learned from the next one is that coordination. We want organizations to be talking to themselves. At IATT, Interagency Tax Team, being coordinated by Technical Union of Governance and Anti-Corruption Reforms, we want to see them reducing duplication in the implementation of NACs. And that now leads us to donors coordination that we also mentioned. We want the donors to be talking to themselves as well too. I remember implementing a project with anti-corruption agencies. I have to move around all the donors that are supporting anti-corruption. When I got to PED, Dr. TV was managing PED that time, and they were supporting Office of Auditor General for the Federation. And I asked him specifically, what are you doing with them? He mentioned it to me. Then it means I will not spend our money on this. Sir, we will spend our money on this. And it will add value to what they were doing. So donors coordination is also key so that we will reduce duplication. Even if your interest is on procurement and you have other donors that have resources on procurement, can we have strategic meeting on how to manage that risk? We are all talking about Nigeria. So if you have money for 10 states, I have money for 5 states, why not we mark the 15 states together and implement, and we have results. So that is another lessons learned from NACS. That coordination is very key. And if we can do that this time around, by the time we review, by the time we do mid-review of NACS 2, we'll have moved ahead.
Thank you very much. Oluwatoyosi, to you, just before we round up, you made a very important point about looking for more creative ways for CSOs to engage in the space for anti-corruption. If I was to put you on the spot, and mainly because there are a lot of CSOs here, what would be one recommendation you give to CSOs in the room for them to engage better with anti-corruption in Nigeria? One.
Before that, I have one already.
Okay.
I don't know if CSOs in the room will consider it a creative way, but one of the key things we can do to stop duplication is to cost the national anti-corruption strategy. If you cost the strategy, and you have to adjust for inflation, I guess, so that the costing doesn't become redundant in a couple of years. If you cost the strategy, everybody knows that this is the portion of the strategy that they are implementing. It's, portion A to B to C. Other donors will come. You already know that the funding that you have available, say you are ROLAC, you are using it to cover A, B, C. Another funder can cover D, E, and F. And CSOs can plug into any one of those portions that they have capacity to plug into. If the cost is clear and the donor envelope is clear, it's easy for people to say, I'm going to do this portion, or this is how it overlaps with this other portion. Therefore, this is the envelope of funding and the scope of funding that's available for this. So I think that's one key thing. So coming back to the creative method, if I link it to that, that's one thing you can do. I mean, it's great that we have civil society organizations who have the zeal and the fire to get up and go out and do advocacy, to influence, to mobilize engagement. But I also think we should spend more time stopping to think about our approach. This example I just gave about costing the NACS, nobody should be going out to intervene if you don't know the cost of what you are intervening about. If you are asking donors for funding, for instance, or you want to engage government, change this particular thing that you are doing, implement this strategy, maybe you want to go with the costing, to give government an idea of these are the steps and the things that it will take for you to actually be able to effect a change in this area. If you want to engage police on anti-corruption and you want police to set up, say, like a complaint desk or a case management unit, then maybe you want to go with the costing. And some donors can help you put that costing together. There are even some civil society organizations in this room who I know are experts in that budgeting and costing area. So I think it's to think about the specifics of what you want people to do, whether it's government, whether it's donor, whether it's fellow civil society organizations, and count the cost of that and also what it will take, what resources it will take. It will be easier for people to plug in once they know that this is a specific thing that you want them to do. Because if we keep going back and saying, government is not transparent, in what way do we want government to be transparent? And what is the cost of that transparency? How many police officers need to be deployed? How many actus need to be set up? What does it take to run an actus that's actually reporting information? So we need to figure all that out first.
Thank you very much. I promised I'd keep to time. Innocent has just told me there will be questions after the second panel. So if you have questions, please, you can introduce them at that time. This has been a very amazing panel. I think that we wanted to set an agenda for the new administration. There have been very key issues that have come out of this. I think a very important point has been around the need to sanitize civil service. The Orasaye report is become almost like a broken bell. And I think that is something that advocacy can work on. We have looked at the important point of, and I love that word, preventing over-presidentialization of anti-corruption efforts in Nigeria. We have looked at important issues like ensuring that we move on with legal reform around further amendments to the poker bill, witness protection bill. We have looked at the judiciary, case management, the role of lawyers. Being a lawyer, I feel like I cannot defend the role that lawyers play in this space, but we also get very bad rep. So I can talk about the accountants and the auditors. But anyway, I think that for lawyers, sometimes we deserve the bad rep as well, because I think we are the devil's advocate, literally, when it comes to it. But that's because we believe everybody is innocent until proven guilty, which is something that we all need in society. But there's been more important conversations also around the role of the NAC strategy and how we implement that better. Very important points from Lukman and Toyosi on how we can do this. We've talked about subnational engagement. I think this is something that comes up in every single conversation around governance in Nigeria. How do you make the subnational work as well as the national? We've talked about security of tenure. I mean, I've just come back from Malawi a couple of months ago, reviewing an anti-corruption program there. And Malawi currently has a lady that I probably call a rock star, because as the head of the anti-corruption agency, she's currently prosecuting the vice president of the country. He's been asked to step aside while the prosecution is ongoing. She's prosecuting a couple of ministers. She doesn't care. She's just prosecuting everybody. And she's making this amazing progress, but her tenure is only 3 years and is about to end. And there is no way any of the political structures in that country want to renew her tenure, because she's gone after everybody. In fact, from the executive to the legislature, they will never. I feel like they made a mistake appointing her, and I feel like they are regretting. And when I spoke to a number of the key actors in the political space in Malawi, they are very. So the president is coming up for re-election. He appointed her because he came into office on the idea of fighting corruption. So it was great that he was going to appoint this person with integrity. But her work is now jeopardizing his re-election, because he went into a coalition with the vice president's party to win the election. And now she's prosecuting the vice president. So will he support him again for a second tenure? But this wouldn't be an issue. There is this issue around security of tenure, right? Should we even move the appointment from the president to the judiciary? Should somebody more independent be in the appointment? Those are questions that we need to answer. But then civil society role is also very important. I don't understand the NOA problem in Nigeria, because in the election space, this came up a lot. We're saying NOA should sensitize people to participate better in election. And the NOA guys say we don't even have fuel for our cars. What is the point of the NOA in Nigeria, really, if you're not going to give them basic stuff to even fuel cars? And they have these vehicles that can go to the most interior parts of the country. There's just no budget for them. What is the point of the NOA, really? I don't get it. And maybe if the anti-corruption space is going to be able to have these conversations to see how we get citizens a lot more engaged through institutional processes, not by the way processes that CSOs will do once in a while and then the funding will end and they will go away. So very important points here. I'll write it up and share it back with ANEEJ, and then hopefully we'll have a pathway to engage in this process. Thank you so much to my panelists, and thank you to everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. Please let us cheer them up as they go back to their seats. You will agree with me that it was a fantastic panel session and acoustic panel session. We appreciate and value your contribution during the session. So to pave way for the next session, we will hear from the MD of UNCAC Coalition in Vienna, Austria, Matthias Hutter, who has joined or he has been waiting. He ordinarily ought to be part of the session, but since he has been waiting, let's take him. Then we'll now move straight to the second session. Matthias Hutter is based in Vienna. He's the MD of UNCAC Coalition. If he's online, we'll take him now. He will speak on global CSO's expectation. Okay. So let's go, it's part of the panel. So let me just invite the panelists to come. Okay, so I have the privilege again to invite to this side Dr. Otiva Igbuzo. Yeah. He will moderate this session. Thank you very much, sir. Then let me invite my Executive Director, Reverend David Ogolo, to be part of the session. Then I will invite now Princess from UNODC to join the session. Where is Lukman? I think you have, I think I have to bring you back on this COPS 10, because I know you're already preparing for COPS 10. Then on the panel, all the way from Vienna, Austria, is Matthias Hutter, MD, UNCAC Coalition. Is with us virtually. Yes, Lukman Adefolahon is back to the seat. I know he's already prepared to be part of COPS 10. Lukman. No, Matthias Hutter.
I am here. Hello, from Vienna.
So
I am here.
Yeah. So do I give to Tibe? So let me hand over to the moderator, who will now invite Matthias to speak to us.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. And let me commend everyone for your patience. This is the last panel, and we'll try to be as brief as possible. This panel is focusing on opportunities on global anti-corruption issues and the journey to UNCAC COSP 10. Since morning, we have reiterated that corruption is a global problem. and that is not new, although it appears to have reached unprecedented proportions in recent years. It is as old as society itself and cuts across nations, cultures, races, and classes of people. And it has been argued that it's one of the major obstacles to the development of poor countries. There is no doubt from our discussions this morning that corruption is one of the greatest challenges of our times. Right from the opening address, Reverend Ugolo told us that 148 billion is stolen from Africa annually. 148 billion stolen annually from Africa. That is a huge sum of money. And I think that is why all over the world, countries are expected to implement existing anti-corruption laws, enact new laws where there are gaps, and implement the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. And I think that is the main focus of this panel. Because UNCAC is the only binding global anti-corruption mechanism we have in the world today. And we have and it embodies a comprehensive approach to corruption in both the public and private sectors, incorporating prevention and sanctions. As we've heard from the last panel, there are many prevention regimes that are not given the priority that they deserve, as Lukeman told us in the last panel. So, the Conference of State Parties is the main decision-making body of UNCAC. It means every 2 years, and the next meeting is slated for December 2023. And like I mentioned earlier, this is a policy moment for Nigeria. The problem of corruption, the solution of corruption, and the politics of corruption converge to provide a window of opportunity to deal with the challenges of corruption in Nigeria. And it requires a whole of society approach, and all stakeholders have a role to play. In this regard, this panel will examine the opportunity provided by the UNCAC COSP 10, and we will look at it from various perspectives. I think since Matthias is waiting, let's first hear from Matthias. And let's hear from him what role the UNCAC coalition can play in this regard. Matthias, you're on.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the organizers and the distinguished guests. Thank you for having me, and regards from Vienna. So I am the Managing Director of the UNCAC Coalition. We are a global network of more than 350 civil society organizations from around the world. We're trying to advance the monitoring and the implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption. And many of the organizations in the room are also part of our global network. As the chair has already highlighted, the UNCAC is the only comprehensive global binding anti-corruption treaty we have. We have 189 states parties, so almost all countries in the world have joined the convention, and it covers criminalization of corruption, the prevention of corruption, international cooperation, technical assistance provision, and importantly, asset recovery. So it is the treaty body for international asset recovery, and Nigeria is the country that has, so to say, most benefited from this provision. It is the country that has received most of the assets that have been returned, but only a small fraction, of course, of the assets that have been globally stolen have actually been returned. And it is also the 20th anniversary of the UNCAC this year. So we have some experience in the implementation of the convention, but a lot of work still ahead. As the UNCAC coalition, our role is to facilitate civil society participation in the UNCAC and in the conference of the states parties, and to help ensure that the voice of global civil society is heard, that we have an impact on the agenda of the conference, and that we're also able to meaningfully raise and elevate global anti-corruption standards and practices. This time, the conference is hosted by the United States. It's the 10th conference, and the United States has committed to ensuring an inclusive conference. Previous conferences were held in states that are not very supportive and open to civil society. The US has stressed that this is very important, that all relevant stakeholders play an active role in the conference. It has already been stressed that the UNCAC is the main policy-making body of the UNCAC. What does that actually mean? The main outcome of the conference will be the adoption, first the negotiation, but then the adoption of resolutions and decisions. And all these resolutions are adopted by consensus. So that means we will have to find the lowest common denominator that all the states, the 189 states parties, agree to. But there's also other ways to impacting the agenda for civil society, for other actors, including through side events that can be proposed. Currently, we have the open deadline until the 12th of August, where civil society observers, so groups that have applied to participate in the conference, and states can propose civil society or can propose side events to impact the discussions. And observers, as well as states, also have the ability to speak in the plenary, for example. So that is another way to shape the discussions at the conference. Briefly on some of the priority issues that we and our global network have identified, and where we hope to see resolutions being tabled by states on several of those topics. Beneficial ownership transparency is very high on our agenda, and Nigeria has recently launched its beneficial ownership registry, being really a leader in sub-Saharan Africa on this. We would like to see similar approaches globally, that states launch publicly accessible platforms where everybody can see who really owns and controls companies and other legal entities. So beneficial ownership transparency, advancing that globally so that there's no hiding behind shell companies anymore. We hope to see higher standards on the transparency and integrity in public procurement. We already know that France will introduce a resolution in this regard. We hope to advance the discussions on the links between environmental crime and corruption. With the global climate crisis, with the corruption linked to extractive sectors, that is a very important topic where we need more focus. We hope to see better, stronger practices on whistleblower protection. So we see more and more states globally introducing whistleblower protection legislation, but in practice, there is often very poor implementation, and there is often no adequate protection and support for whistleblowers. So putting the focus on that. Recovery of stolen assets in an accountable manner, in a transparent manner. Much needs to be done on that. Redress for victims of corruption. We hope that that will be a focus of discussions, of side events, that the victims of corruption receive redress. Also, right for legal standing, compensation to be heard in court. And defending and widening civic space is another topic that is at the center, because in many countries and on the global level, the space for civil society in anti-corruption efforts is often limited, and civil society is often struggling to have adequate resources and space for its operation. A few more points I wanted to highlight: tackling grand corruption impunity. Not much has been done recently on the global level, but we hope to advance discussions. Political finance transparency. There's at this point no agreed international standards on political finance transparency. We hope to see some movement in this regard. And the links between gender aspects and corruption, also a topic that is in need of better, stronger guidance. Very briefly, Nigeria's role in the COSP. Nigeria is a very active country, I may say, in the UNCAC, both in terms of the government's role, but also in terms of its very active and strong civil society. Nigeria has usually tabled a resolution at many of the Conference of the States Parties that usually focuses on asset recovery. And I would like to stress the resolution that was introduced by Nigeria and also adopted at the last COSP in 2021, Resolution 97 on enhancing the use of beneficial ownership information to facilitate the identification, recovery, and return of proceeds of crime. That was a very important resolution, a very important initiative. And Nigeria, with this initiative, really helped to raise the bar globally on advancing beneficial ownership transparency efforts. And we hope that the next COSP will build on this work, on this achievement. And Nigeria could, of course, also play a role in advancing this. As a last point, I would like to highlight some of the things that civil society can do right now is to coordinate and discuss possible ideas for side events. Those applications can be made by the 12th of August. And important to note, if a country example or experience is discussed in a side event, so if Nigeria would be at the focus of the discussions, the government needs to be involved in that side event. So that is a limitation to those discussions. There's many other ways how civil society and other actors could impact the agenda, but I will share a presentation with the audience so that they can look at some of those after the session, since we're limited in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I think Matthias has raised a lot of issues that UNCAC is addressing and has potential to address, priority issues. And the first panel looked at many of these issues: beneficial ownership, public procurement, whistleblower protection, and so on. But there is something that he mentioned from his presentation, which I want all of us to take note of, that Nigeria is a leader in sub-Saharan Africa. Nigeria always come into the news for the bad reasons. So if we have one area where we are doing well, it's important to promote it. So I would like the other panelists to follow the pattern that Matthias followed. Your own area, what is your contribution? What are you likely to contribute to this journey to UNCAC? And what should the other civil society organizations and stakeholders within your sector be doing? So let's start from the development partners. UNODC. Princess.
Thank you very much. I'll build on what my colleague just said. I think, and also what Dr. Tiva just said. There's a lot to celebrate as Nigeria. I had a short presentation, but I think a lot has been covered, so I will just focus on the key points here. Nigeria actually has gone through 2 country UNCAC review, and there's been recommendations. Recently, just last year, we did a stock taking on the progress made, but in those, in meeting those recommendations from the review process. And it's amazing that we don't give enough credit to what Nigeria has achieved. One of the things we found out through that process was that Nigeria has actually done a lot in asset recovery. I mean, that's no surprises with what was presented today. It's no surprise when I tell you that one of the areas Nigeria has actually done excellently well is on the provisions around asset recovery regarding the UNCAC. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done on the prevention side, but I think we'll get there eventually. And also, more than 50% of the recommendations for criminalization and international cooperation has already been achieved. Now, we're still working with the Ministry of Justice to put out an official report on that progress. And if we are able to do that, it would be nice to present this at the Conference of State Party, because I think it showcases the strength of Nigeria, the journey so far, and all of the actions they've taken to meet the provisions of the UNCAC itself. Now, I want to focus on some of the opportunities that we could really focus on. And some of the key points I want to kind of touch on is, one, the need for data-driven anti-corruption agency. Today, we've talked about data and more data, and there's so much data going on around, but it's not just about the data. What do we do with the data? That is very important. And that's something that Nigeria needs to showcase. And it has examples. From the Mantra project, it has data on the progress, showcasing the actual results. Nigeria has also been undertaking two experience-based corruption survey. This was with UNODC and the NBS. I think Reverend Lugolo mentioned that, and then Dr. Sadiq also mentioned that earlier. And there we see a lot of progress in terms of the prevalence of bribery between 2014 when it was held and 2019 when the second was held. I think there was a reduction from 32% to 30%. But the result of the second one, regardless, there are lots of challenges, and I'm not focusing on the problems, I'm focusing on the solutions in this, helped us, at least at UNODC, to do other intervention. We talked today about anti-corruption work at the sub-national level. Now, through that result, we had the state fact sheets. The NBS produced some state fact sheets. And we've seen some of the states developing anti-corruption units. Kaduna State is one of them. And we did receive a request from the then state governor and the attorney general to support them in developing the anti-corruption units that they had developed. That is how you use data to kind of drive your anti-corruption result. That's one good example. Another one is the police. The data from the results from the two surveys shows that the people who consistently, because we use bribery was our focus area, who consistently were affected by issues of bribery was law enforcement, predominantly the police. Now, we're currently doing the work to strengthen the integrity and accountability process of the police. Now, that's why I said it's not just about data, but also how we use it more effectively. It's not, I think, so my point is, let's go beyond just the information, oh, we've done this review, we've done that, but how are we using those information to transform our anti-corruption space? Another point I want to maybe talk on is the need to broaden implementation to the sub-national level. We've done a lot of work at the federal level, and I'm seeing some progress being done at the sub-national level, but I think there's still a big gap, and that needs to be, addressed. We have a lot of resources at UNODC, like we have the Globe E, which is the Global operational network on anti-corruption law enforcement authorities. And it's just a network that brings law enforcement agencies from all parts of the world to learn from one another.
Yeah, it will be good to round up.
Okay, I'm rounding up. And finally, I just want to encourage Nigeria's active participation at the Implementation Review Group and the Conference of State Party, which is, always very good to say. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much. I just want to waken us up to something. You know, what we have been saying here since morning, some of you cannot say it outside. That we have been making progress. No, I say some. So I mean, and that is the point I'm making, emphasizing what they are saying. They are saying, you are the people who have been working in this sector. Why can't you say it? Why can't you tell your story? Why do you allow idiots to go on television and begin to say things that are not correct? So strategic communication. And I'm happy that, and that's one of the reasons why we have to stop with, so that it can go to ARISE, So can you put it as part of programming to release people? Because in this country, what I've realized is that if you want to change public perception, and release 30 people, 30 good people to channels, to NTA, to ARISE, TVC, AIT, things will change. And social media, yes, but in terms of the political elite, it's not social media. Some of them they are not on social media. I'm just from the National Assembly, I'm sure you know. In fact, when you talk on social media, they switch off. You don't go to social media. All those ranting in social media that you tag them and you are very happy. Is their aide who is seeing it all. Are you with me? They don't even see it, and the aides don't tell them. So we need to really communicate. So let's hear civil society perspective. Golo.
It's okay. First, I want to say that I'm very happy that at least there's a consensus moving forward. But just quickly to say that what we are planning towards COP10 is exactly what we did with GIFA. We're planning to go to COP10 in Atlanta to have a side event where we're working closely with Star Initiative, the World Bank. We are there to share mantra success story. One of the key success stories that are to ensure that when fund is returned back to the country of origin, you can use it for sustainable development goal. And that we have done successfully with mantra model. And if you go to our website, the evidence is there. The people who received the money and the people how it benefited them, and how mantra was able to engage government. We engaged the Federal Ministry of Justice, we engaged the NCTO, the National Cash Transfer Office, and today, on record, mantra is being circulating all over the world. I mentioned that we just came back from Georgia. We've been invited to France, the France Parliament. It was me and Sislak. We presented the mantra model in the French Parliament, which now led to a law now in French Parliament on how you can now help. I've also been invited in the side event at OGP meeting in Canada. We had a side event where we also presented the mantra model. And the G20 governments have also invited me to present the model in side meeting in Paris, where the US government referred to the mantra model as a gold standard. And we have, me and my friend, we were in Vienna. We had a side event, no, not Vienna, in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, we had a side event in COPS, not COPS 9, COPS 8. And then we were also in COPS 9 in Egypt. So, and we're going now to COP10 in Atlanta. And I can tell you, we are the best in the world. So when we challenge the NEC statement, we are challenging it with facts and evidence. What NEC said is not true. The social register is not perfect, but is real. The people who benefited from the $325.5 million and the $13 million that are accrued as an interest, we have facts, we have evidence. Things that went wrong are properly documented in mantra reports. What has happened in so far is that most journalists don't take time to do research. And that's what I'm going to say in Arise Television today. If you look at Arise Television, last week, I was on the TV with a reporter with AIT, the woman. They brought me and Serap. You know, Serap has gone to court, suing the federal government to come and explain how they spend the $5 billion. You know, those kind of things we just take front page news. When you go, you just sue Tinubu now that Tinubu is a thief. You know, we are too cynical. And then I later discovered that this woman is ignorant. He was asking questions he doesn't know. And I was able to expose her ignorance and deepen it. And I can tell you that if AIT has taken due process, that woman will be sacked, because it actually exposed how a journalist can go to the public. You are asking somebody that is competent, you will not do your research, you are asking questions of ignorance. There is Abacha 1, there is Abacha 2, there's Abacha 3. Abacha 3 is currently being monitored by Claim Foundation. Will you question the integrity of Claim Foundation? And that's success story. And then there's another aspect of the work, the issue of victim. We are currently doing a consultation across the 8 countries in the world where Glencoe has bribed the government officials. And we're also going to be doing a side event on that to see that victim can also demand for compensation when there is a settlement with the private company. So that's some of the things we have been doing. I will just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The only challenge I want to put before you is what I said earlier. As the side event is happening, can we ensure that there is reportage in Nigeria? Mainstream media, not social media, mainstream media. No, you can, there are ways you can go around it. If we can't do it in COP10, maybe COP11, you know, instead of carrying one civil society person who will not say one word and not do anything throughout the program, carry one journalist. Yeah, carry one journalist. Arrange with the TV station. They can give you one journalist. You go, you just to pay him, and then you have a reportage. Okay, so let's hear from a member of the coalition, Yakubu Umar. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. One of the things I think we can easily sell or tell our story there, I remember you way back around 2007, the kind of energy you had, the how firebrand you were in fighting corruption, and the kind of resistance that was there then. What I'm trying to say now, from 2007 to date is about 16 years today now. You can see the evolution of civil society, the expansion of the civic space. What you people went through, the seniors, is not what we're going through now. What you set standard then, the brunt you took, has opened the space and deepened the space for some of us now to just come in easily and operate. It's something I don't think we're really appreciating. That right from maybe Erdogan government to create the civic space, there are challenges, yes. But the civic space has actually opened that people like ANEEJ can demand for data and they'll be given. My friend there, we ask for data and government actually responds to these things. Even without invoking the Freedom of Information Act, you find that they respond. So I think it's but that is not the story out there. People, when they think of Nigeria Africa, usually they think, okay, is this militaristic, banana style republic where things are not, we don't have freedoms, we don't have freedoms. You go to America, somebody will ask you whether you have internet, all these kind of things. When we're operating on 5G, well, and also, so the awareness, we need to show that, look, we are actually very democratic, in the sense that more democratic than some of these countries would love to copy. And in terms of corruption and open governance, asset recovery issues, that we actually have more data, especially asset recovery, we have more data than most of the countries we like to mention. I don't want to mention any country here. So I think that's something we need to sell, that our civic space has expanded, courtesy and thankful to all the work you people have set in 2-3 decades before. But Nigeria is doing well, and civil society actually asks questions, and we get the kind of feedback. Of course, there's room for improvement, a lot of room for improvement. We're barely 30 years old as a democracy. Some are 150 years old, 200 years old, but we're doing well. So thank you very much for.
Thank you, Maro. It's the same trajectory that we've made progress. I teach at the Nigerian Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. Each time I mention that there is progress, all the students will say, no, there's no progress. What many people don't know is that 100 years ago, there was no antibiotic anywhere in the world, not just in Nigeria. Penicillin was discovered in 1928 by Alexander Fleming. I used to be a pharmacist. Less than 100 years ago, they were selling black people in the US, Negro, advertising them on newspapers. Negroes for sale. Very strong. Somebody here is talking about it. Very strong, hardworking, can work for 16 hours. And they show their picture. "20 years ago, our life expectancy was 40-something years. But now it's 50-something. The progress is slow. But we are making a progress. We have a responsibility to this country to challenge the false narratives. Let's hear the last word from you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think my conclusion would be to also join others on the improvement we are not showcasing. I gave somebody an example. He said, there's nothing this last administration did. I said, come on, don't say that. Last year, I resumed in Nasarawa State in Lafia for a project. From Nyanya Bridge, if you want to drive to Lafia, it's going to take you like 4.5 hours. Today, it's less than 3 hours. Less than 3 hours on normal speeding 90-100. So that is an improvement that people are not noticing. But to talk around the opportunities for us as a nation, Umar will remember at the last regional ONCAC online meeting, we had about 6 Nigerians on that platform, which is a plus for us. When we are discussing, Nigerians made contribution a lot, and it's a plus for us as a country. So the opportunity for us beyond the beneficial ownership, procurement, asset recovery is around environmental corruption, because the 10th COPS is going to give discussion around environmental corruption. There are a lot of pangolin scales that are being moved out of Nigeria because Nigeria is a transit country to illegal wildlife trading. If you go to Niger State here in Suleja here, you see the way they unskinned donkeys for exportation to the Asian countries. Our government is not looking around the corruption in the environment, which pangolin scale. Nigerian customs seized huge volumes of pangolin scale last year and early this year. Some police officers, you meet them at the airport, they can't even recognize it, talk less of knowing the importance. So course is going to give us opportunity to discuss around corruption within the environment. And having said that, political financing is another key area. We may hate the last administration, but giving us that new law to organize 2023 election by way of bringing technology to fight corruption, it may not be perfect, but we have moved from an era to another era that we can build on. So it is high time we should now be talking about fighting corruption with technology, using a case study of our electoral law in Nigeria when we get to that forum. And like Matthias Uta mentioned, when it comes to asset recovery discussion around the resolution, the way Nigeria engaged it at the country level during COPs, you will know that we understand what we are doing and we are champion, because during the mantra model presentation, you need to see the way countries ask questions. How do you engage your government? How manage? How did you make use of it? What are the strategies you are using? Countries that you can't even think of will be asking us how manage, which we should celebrate as a country. And I was happy when Reverend Ugolo was talking on Sunrise on Saturday. I monitored it when you popularized it on our platform. And you really shed more light with Suraj, with Aribabu as well too, so that Nigerians can understand where we are coming from and where we are now. Not that we have not made progress, but we may not be there, but we have moved. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I want to round up the panel now so that I've checked the program so that we don't just be speaking to you. I think there should be some time for you to also speak. I wanted to throw it open, but the next section is question and answer, so I wouldn't do that. But this panel has established a few things. Number one, they have established the priorities that this journey is taking us to tend for. And those priorities, beneficial ownership, financing, and all of that, are very important for Nigeria. We've also established that Nigeria is establishing good standard for the world. The work we are doing here is recognized globally. And that we are making progress in governance, you know, like what Lukman said. If you go and look through the internet, you will hardly see anybody praise Electoral Act 2022. But go and read it. You will see what we say in the National Assembly is that when you want to make a law, you look for a mischief that law will address. If you look at the mischief that the 2022 Electoral Act addressed, they are huge. But because of a few things that people wanted to see and they did not see, the focus was on the negative. And that brings me to the last point, which is very important for all of us. The point of how do civil society in Nigeria appears to be the only hope for this country. I've been active in government. I've been active in the private sector. I've run companies. I've done businesses. And I also work in the civil society sector. Government and private sector, they don't worry themselves about ethical issues. Have you seen any political party organize any workshop on corruption, anti-corruption? Or a company? Am I communicating? But we all know that the problem of this country will not be solved unless we deal with these problems of ethics, of national values, of discipline, of obeying traffic laws, of doing things normally, of following a procedure. And it's only the civil society that is interested in such things in this country. But the value of civil society is not known, because today across the world, they are promoting form above content. So as you are going to the media today, assuming that you will say, the government is useless, there's no this thing, they will put it on a headline. But when you give analysis, you are quiet, you are systematic, the society does not recognize it. I'm sure you can see the spokesman for the major party, the kind of spokesman they appoint. It shows you what they value. However, as a sector, and I'm happy that Mohammed is here, at a point he was having a newsletter for the third sector. How do we promote the work of the civil society? I think during the question and answer session, we should deal with that. So thank you very much for listening to this panel. During the question and answer session.
Thank you very much. We've had a very robust discussion on this issue, and it will be time now to allow the audience to perhaps share their... Okay, so if there are questions, if there are comments, perhaps the issues, the panelists may not have exhausted all the issues. So how do we progress? Do we take numbers? Then, okay, so let's take first 5, then we now, so you are, obviously you are number 1. Okay, let me just finish this one. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's take that first. So you are free to ask questions. You are free to make your recommendations. Mr. Matthias is still online, so if you want, I'm coming. I will come to that side, definitely.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to be brief because I have been taking notes, so I may not have much time to return to it. Of course, I listened to all the presentations, and they're quite interesting. Even at a point, some of us that even venture into this sector quite late, we're beginning to get discouraged. But when we see the likes of TV and Ugolo, we understand that there's still need for us to serve our country. There's a recurring issue, and I want to make emphasis on that. And there are just 2 specific ones I want us to note. One is about the capacity to engage with government and issues. Of course, virtually all the speakers that spoke earlier today, and even up to this point, make references to that. And I think that's one problem we're also having among the civil society, which I think we should begin to also address among ourselves. Why is this so? If we don't have synergy, at times we may not even understand the issue. For example, we have attended several procurement, anti-corruption issues and all that. But one question we hardly ask is, what type of corruption are we even dealing with? Are we discussing political corruption, systemic corruption, institutional corruption, and all that? But synergy can only help us to understand this thing better. And I think we're just doing it so broadly, which we need to critically address and get to understand it better. So capacity building among civil society is also very key. Don't let us lose that one. Then is the fact that virtually everybody that also spoke talked about procurement corruption as key to addressing the issue, because I think Ebola spoke about give us a rate of about 70% and all that. And I talk, Matthias also talked about it, Reverend, and so on and so forth. Recently, we did meet, and I'm happy that I'm also here with the Reverend now. We believe that synergy can also solve that one critically for us. And we're working towards also having another dialogue. I was expecting the Reverend to speak on that, and hopefully that may come very soon, where we'll be looking at specific, this time around, not just to discuss issues broadly, not only also to discuss it, but also to tell government that we are not criticizing them all the time, like people see us. Of course, these are also an initiative we want to create to assist the government that this is the only way you can get it right, if truly you believe in it. Dr. Tive has been there. We discussed these things some years back, but unfortunately, for one reason or the other, nothing seems to happen. We are unable to address it. And I think this is the time that we need to bring ourselves together now, sit down at a table and discuss this issue. Of course, we also have to think about what are the practical ways to do it. And that is why we think this roundtable dialogue, or whatever we call it, is very, very important. In addition to that is the fact that I heard earlier on, even though I've not been able to recognize the gentleman, the header is also represented here. Am I right? Okay, header, yes, it's also represented. So you can see quite a large number of civil society organizations working on anti-corruption have actually been working once in a while at par. But recently, we've been thinking of coming together to do, only to address the issue critically. And I think this is one area we should please learn to take hope in working together to address critical issues about corruption in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
thank you. Thank you to the panelists. I almost said panelists. Thank you to the panelists. So I just have a few observations. One is about media coverage for the ONCAC for Nigeria. I know that lots of government dignitaries, departments and agencies, they attend this event, and most of the time we have our traditional media people there with them, especially NTA channels. So I think that it would be necessary to maybe attach to these media organizations that attend these events if there is no funding to bring your own media. So NTA definitely will be there. It's good for them to know that Nigerian CSOs will be there doing an activity. I'm sure they'll be happy to cover. And then secondly, Matthias mentioned something around the gender dimensions of corruption. I know when we started this project at our inception meeting, we did a presentation on that a little bit, talked about the gender dimensions of corruption, but it wasn't very robust. And I think that this is an aspect that should really come out strong. And I think that looking at corruption through the sectoral way, like sectorizing corruption, what is the corruption in the education sector or the health sector, will help us really identify how it affects women and men differently. The voice of women, usually when we're talking about corruption, climate change, environmental pollution, corruption within natural resource sector, you don't really hear, it sounds very, very masculine, very, it's blind. Nobody is pulling out how it affects women, how it affects men. And then secondly, if we begin to look at corruption at the sectoral level, like I said, it will be easier to know how this thing affects women. It puts a face to our issue. So I'm thinking an audit of corruption at the sectoral level can be one step. If we are looking at how has corruption affected the health sector, for example, it's easy to know that women depend on the health sector more than the men, and we'll be able to identify how it has affected their lives and push out that agenda so that people will start looking at this aspect of corruption and, probably get more interventions and more research into it to amplify the issue. So I think those are my observations. To raise women's voices, amplify the issue, the ONCAC, by attaching to the traditional media that would always attend the ONCAC.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, let me first of all respond to the concerns of Comrade David Rugolo and Otive. Now, out there, the masses are not aware. And the questions they ask is that they see the past government going to borrow money from China and World Bank. And the question they ask is that, okay, they also hear that so person has been prosecuted by EFCC and so asset has been recovered from that person. And the question the masses are asking is that, okay, they have recovered all this amount of money. What are they using it for? Why are they going back to borrow money that is even lower than what they have recovered from China and World Bank? So that is where the question is. And for those of us that are interacting with them, these are the questions they are putting forward. And if we have not heard of it, I am sharing it now. So let the government come out to say, these are proceeds from corruption. And this is where we are targeting, or this is where we are channeling this proceed from corruption to. We all today are singing the praises of the success of Mantra. It is because civil society and some of these countries work together to retrieve those funds. And when the funds arrived, they said, okay, this is where they are going to channel those funds to. And then the Mantra project monitored it. So now the proceeds from the corrupt Nigerians that EFCC have retrieved, where are they channeling it to? So citizens wants to know and citizens wants to see. So that has been the question. Then the second concern I'm having is that what we are doing here is more or less focusing our eyes on the central government, which is the federal government. But the wider society is made up of 774 local government and 36 states and Abuja. You know, in recent debate, Abuja, okay, and Abuja, okay. So what is happening at this level? Because I also know that Center LSD came to the state where my father comes from, and then tried to do some things around open. We have been having that debate with my father, so it's not. So they came, and then we had interaction within the civil society and the government offices. And we had some shocking revelation from someone in the government appointed by the governor that's supposed to support the process, asking that, this thing that you people are doing, which one is there for me? You understand? So we really need to look at also interacting at the state level. Does the law also needs to be replicated at the state level, or do they need to be domesticated at the state level so as to work, so as civil society to pick it up and then try to see how we can make it work at the state level? Because collectively, when we tackle it collectively at the local government state level, then that impact will be visible, and then I think maybe our score or rating will also be high. Thank you.
Professor, you won't finish everything. Yeah, thank you. Corruption, like said, is a cross-cutting hydra dragon. And all of us are corrupt. We are corrupt in our actions and in actions. Now, I want to talk about low national value system. There's no how, we are making progress. We are like everybody agreed. We have achieved. We are always seeing drops because we have low national value system. Nigerians, like Adam said, everybody want to see what is in it for us. So the citizens that are supposed to rise up for the demand side of accountability, we have also compromised ourselves. So what I am suggesting here is to reinvent capacity of social movements, CSOs, collaboration, synergy, and social behavioral change communication. Because as it is, if you go to social media, where this one is talking about this, citizens are even attacking. So we need to get down to the basics. Simplifying and popularizing the corruption, this thing. Now, we have, so that means that we have weak civil participation because the people now, you are divided among politicians, among issues. So it's corruption. Then I move, like the Reverend talked about the Glencore issue. We need to also work together with civil society of other climes because we can get information on the Glencore issue. Now we are mobilizing people across the world because like the AITI conference, Glencore was one of those that sponsored the AITI conference. So we are now asking the AITI, why can you receive money from Glencore when you know bribery was involved in bribery? So you, as a global transparency agency, you are not supposed to receive money. Now, on productivity in the oil sector, Dangote has now been awarded license to import fuel. Well, as when the refinery was commissioned, it was to start this July. It has been shifted to 2025. Yes, 2025. 2025. No, it's on our refinery. We cannot begin to import fuel and think there will be no corruption. I'm not saying when we produce locally, but when we produce locally, let's now, civil societies, let's now agree on the pattern to run the refinery. Is it public-private partnership? We can begin to discuss around it so that we see that this is the area, the 4 refineries, what they can bring. So the corruption, let me just end here and not to take too much time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm asking this question from the point of view of confusion. I'm very confused about what to make of this anti-corruption process for the Tinubu era. And because of the confusion that I've had in my mind, what I have done is to write my question out. Actually, there are 2 questions, so I've written them out. I'm going to read the question the way I've written it out because it's so difficult for me to say it exactly the way the thing is tumbling up and down in my head. So the question goes like this. Part of the reason why anti-corruption activities was popular or was very active during the Buhari administration was because Buhari was said to have a very clean record. He was said to be a clean man who had no antecedents of corruption or theft or larceny. So my question now is this. That is where my confusion comes from. How do you begin to ask a man who refunded 460,000 USD to the United States government to fight corruption in Nigeria? I don't know what we should be telling him or how we should be telling him to fight corruption. How do you set an agenda for a man with a shady past about his credentials, primary school, secondary school, university attended? We don't know, nobody knows. How do you begin to set an agenda for him? What do you tell him? Somebody who has that kind of record. Who is keen about getting people of, now this same person, if you look at his antecedents, the people that we have heard that he wants to get into his cabinet, there's one former governor in Kano State who they have touted to be, is going to be the chairman of the party. So this is what it is that is being bothering me. When I attended the HIDA program, I met somebody who, a very big person, a very high-ranking person in the civil society environment, and I asked the person this same question. And to my shock and utter bewilderment and dismay, This person was defending these questions, telling me that the man's credentials are intact and that $460,000 is a foregone conclusion. You know, I will put in a question to anybody that is close to me. If you know that I have a background of theft and I have come to look for employment in your company, sir, you won't put me in the finance department, would you, sir?
I will put you.
Hold on. So how do we ask this person who has this very shadowy background around money, around our finances, to fight corruption? That is the first question. Second question, sir.
You have answered you have asked about 3 questions now.
No, it's in the question. It's in the question.
Okay.
Now the second.
So let's take our pen and paper to write your question.
Second one is the Executive Director of the African Network for Environment and Economic Justice said a couple of minutes ago during his presentation that there is a lot of assets that have been recovered, but it's all going to waste. And I know that the work they have done in that area is massive, but probably it's so underreported. So my suggestion to ANEEJ would be that you get the right people to tell your story. There's a beautiful story around what you are doing. There's a body called Africa No Filter. They are looking for people like ANEEJ that's done spectacular work like this in the area of capacity building, anti-corruption. Thank you very much.
Question deserves immediate attention.
Okay. I hope you will not be disappointed as you were disappointed in that big civil society person. But you know, you have to be clear about what you want to do. The issues you've raised are very legitimate issues. And those issues can be very, very important during campaign. But once you are my president, once you are my governor, I have a responsibility to hold you accountable. Because the danger of your argument is that we should do nothing or we resort to anarchy. No, that is the danger. No, it's not what you intend. No, that's not what the question you asked. The question you asked is, how can you? That's the question. You didn't say, what do we do? Yes. Exactly. I mean, that is why we are here. That is why we are here. You know, see, let's know. Let's all of us read. Am I communicating? At a time, Italy was ruled by mafia. At a time, Colombia was ruled by drug warlord, not suspected ones. Drug barons, not suspected drug barons. They, you know, Capone, everybody know. Am I communicating? So don't think that the thing happening in Nigeria is just in Nigeria. No. But what we are saying is that whoever you are, once you become our president, and there's nothing we can do about it, we must hold you accountable. We must make them, and that's why we're here first to set an agenda. And we are here to set anti-corruption agenda. And we have mentioned some of the things. We say number one, he should set the tone at the top. So we want him to come. We are not seeing that statement to make a clear statement that this government will fight corruption. Just like Buhari, even though Buhari did not do some of the things we wanted to do, but at least in his statements, you set the tone at the top. That is number one. Number two, your actions, the leadership, top leadership, your actions, words, and behavior should show that you are fighting corruption. Number three, all the things that the previous government has done in fighting corruption, like signing the OGP, continue with it. Like the anti-corruption strategy, implement it. And if you look at the presentation today, all the things that government need to do are stated there. So it's for us, civil society now, to now hold government to account. The next election, you look for somebody who you think is clean. But from our experience of Nigerians, you know, I attempted to run election. People came to me, they said, no, so uncle, your government no go sweet. I'm telling you, Nigerians, people who go follow me from one place to another to do consultation. Then when I reach there during the consultation, I will give analysis. I will tell them that, look, the budget, like for instance, the 2023 budget of Delta State is 576 billion. The one of Ekiti State is 113 billion. And I show to them what Ekiti State has done with their budget and what Delta State can do. And that if anybody takes any money, we will jail the person. Then they come say, uncle, all those things when you they talk not true. I say, yes now. He says, so all this one they follow you so. If you win finish, you go send me to jail. I say, why I go send you to jail? You want see money? He say, your government no go sweet. You to get a clean person that you think is not in the foreseeable future. Ganifawe Emi contested. Femi Falana contested. Otive Guzo contested. What is his name? Richard Akinola contested. Lanre Arugundade contested. Titi Layo contested. How many votes you get?
So let's hear from Prof.
Just an addendum. If Nigerians are looking at the problem, we need to ask ourselves, what contributions have you made in the past to make Nigeria what it is? What contribution are you making? All of us here, everybody. I'm a lecturer. Do I go late? Do I attend to my students? Do I sexually harass? Do I collect money? So look at the glass or the mirror and look at yourself. That's number one. Number two, we're back to the same issue of presidentialization. We think that this country is only the president that can make Omar. You know, without him, if he can allow the anti-corruption agencies to function based on their establishment acts, we will fight corruption in Nigeria. But by the time, so like Doctor said, let us make sure we hold them accountable. Then finally, if you think APC is trying to fill Ganduje as the chairman, they have a price to pay, isn't it? Elections will come. People should depopulate the party. They should vote them out. So you see, you have to learn to do the right thing at the right time. Today, whether we like it or not, Tinubu is the president, Kashim is the vice president. Deal with that. That is simply, I mean, we can't live without a president in this country because maybe he has a past. But the time you look at all the people who contested with him, Atiku, Obi, Konkoso, they all have the problem that he has. It's just a matter of dimension and character. But these people are the same. And all of us are part of the problem. So to jump one side and say that even though you want a cent, but you are not a cent yourself, I mean, it's neither here nor there. Finally, look at your mosque, look at even within your family, your parents. Look at your elders in the community. Many of them have done wrong things, you know. In your family, you know bad people, but you can't disown them. Perhaps because they are your blood relations, but go to your church, go to your mosque. The best you can do is not to leave the religion, but to leave the church or mosque. But sometimes you have to live with it. So I am appealing to us, despite all the prostration, despite all the contradictions, we have to work within what we have and make sure that we make Nigeria better for our people. Our children and grandchildren will curse us in our graves if we refuse to do things and keep lamenting based on certain things that we cannot remedy right now. Let's work, let's fight it, let's hold our leaders accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Bob, are you satisfied with the response you got? I don't want it to be like the other man that you asked question on that. Oh, from the perspective of the lawyer. Oh, no, wait, this man has been raising his hand before he accused me.
I can't say that. Thank you very much. Firstly, I join to salute the ingenuity and sagacity of the panelists. I mean, you all have, the first and second panelists, you did a marvelous job. But I came from the school of thought, taking up from where Prof stopped, that it starts and fall on the purview of leadership. I want to also, in the same vein, address the concern of Sir Dr. Buzo. As a worker in the vineyard, we said the only way you can dismantle or demolish a narrative is to provide a superior narrative. Presently, there is a lot of ignorance, a lot of poverty out there, so people are leveraging on that. When you tell them the government is terrible, the government, that's the one they want to hear because there's a lot of anger already. So a lot of people are leveraging on that to further, you know, I don't want to say blackmail, but demonize the government. I know that, although even though they are not doing, but here are my own few concerns or questions. There is this concern that right from campaign to election, the present administration did not offer us any forum or platform either for debate or question and answer or where we can interrogate, unlike other people that, you know, made themselves available to answer questions, to go for debates, visit media houses. He only created his own platform and told us what he wants us to hear, not answering or a kind of feedback, answering questions or interrogations. So, and in all that, we have never had any opportunity where he said, I want to fight corruption or cut down on the cost of governance. None of such narrative have been promoted. All we see is semo. All we see is his own narrative. And some of us are concerned that, look, leveraging from what my brother didn't quite get his name, was asking his concern. These are as a member of a grassroots organization, of things we are hearing that, look, it's like we're even going to get it was because the last admission came out pointedly to tell us that they are fighting corruption, even though maybe it was in pages of newspaper, and at least it drove home some points. So these are our concerns. How do we get this particular government to commit in fighting corruption and cutting what happened in Lagos, the number of convoy that was escorting them from either airport or somewhere. And it has been like that. All they are telling us is make sacrifice, tighten your belt. But they are not doing the same from what we have seen so far. So how do we get them to commit? That's number one. And my second question is to the man from the justice, this thing. On one angle, we are telling us to implement your science reporter. On the other angle, we are saying form school, form terrorism counter center, form other agencies of government to stand on their own. Because as far as I know today, SCUMUL is under EFCC. So bringing them to a complete agency will further drain against the science report, so to say. So on one hand, we are saying, let's cut down, let's merge, let's implement your science report, rather. Abi? Okay. On the other hand, we're saying form more agencies to address some certain issues. So that's my concern. And I didn't hear the place of NFIU in all your address. And special counter-terrorism, I've never had that. So, and it didn't take time to actually elucidate on that. So I would like further clarification. Then my prof, sir, the concern we had in the previous administration,
Wait,
which
you want to ask everybody questions?
No, this is my last question, sir. Was that whatever report that favors them, in fact, they embrace it, they promote it, but anyone that do not, I said, like I know, in fact, the only organization I know is this Transparency International in terms of corruption index and what have you. But when it favors the government, they will embrace it, they will promote it, they will announce it, but when it doesn't, they shoot it down, they antagonize it. But really? Is that the best standard, best practice? I'm expecting that, okay, we had you were working on it, something like that, but to antagonize. Okay, those are my, thank you very much. I hear the mark.
One at, is this so?
Hello. You know, when he was saying that Tinubu has no plan to fight corruption, I just Google it. You can just Google it. He has his own plan to fight corruption. Google it. Am I Tinubu? There is the problem with you people. Yes, I'm not Tinubu. Google it. Why we are here is that we know that we are in trouble. Am I communicating? I'm not defending him. Yes, we are in trouble. But if you come here and lament the trouble without setting your agenda, then you have done nothing. He has said that he's going to fight corruption. The way he said he's going to fight corruption, one of the ways is that he will bring about redistribution of wealth. What is wrong with you? Google it. You see, I know that we are all still annoyed, though. Not be only on the verse, all of us the verse for the country. You understand? But when we come together like this, let's keep our annoyance and focus on the agenda. What we've discussed throughout here today is that for you to fight corruption, you need to look at systems. I think it was Lukman who talked about those risk assessments. And you know, we need to look at prevention system. We need to have a whole of society approach, society involvement. We need to have sanction in place. 3 things: system, society, and sanction. We all know that all these politicians, they don't have the knowledge we have about how to deal with any development. So whatever Tinubu has said he's going to do, in terms of fighting corruption. Why we are here is to give him a comprehensive approach. What we should be worrying ourselves is how do we put this issue on the policy agenda? Who are those people that are close to him that we can bring these ideas to so that they will implement it? We have said it all over the world. CSOs do advocacy, one-on-one advocacy. In fact, even in countries in abroad, you know, if it is the wife that you can go through, you go through. If it's the brother you can go through, you go through. If it's a powerful legislator that you are going through, if it's a party chieftain, you go through. But all you want is to get a result. I think that's what we should focus on. And then if you don't like him, during election, you campaign. But if election has passed, you cannot continue on campaign mode. The election is over.
Okay, so hello. Okay, so let's try to wind up because we will not remain here forever. I'm coming. So we should also, hello. While we are trying to conclude this meeting, let us remember our focus. We're interested in the way forward. What are the issues we want this government to take forward? So let's not lose track of that direction. So let's get, you have, after everybody I've not spoken, I've said one or two things, and I can come back. Yes, of why we are here. So you are indirectly talking. Okay, so let's conclude. If you have a recommendation, just speak to it directly. So I will take the last round. Okay, so you are there. You are here too. Everybody wants. Okay, so let's allow people to speak, but please just speak to the issues.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I want to appreciate the organizers, the panelists, and all of them that came out to overload us this afternoon. You agree with me that one of the issues that keep coming up from the discussion is the issue of not telling our stories. A lot of things have been done according to what we've heard today, but people don't know. When you meet somebody and you say, oh, Buhari administration, they try. I was telling my colleague, they may probably want to lynch you because to them, they are not saying anything. And as civil society, that's supposed to be the work that we do. When Toyosi was giving a presentation, she talked about NGOs that are doing, have their work in health, education, gender-based violence. If you talk about these issues, we have a lot of NGOs that are working on such issues. And that is why you can hear issue of health, education, gender-based violence everywhere. People know what's happening. People know where they can go if you face domestic violence, and people are talking about it. Now, when you talk of issues of anti-corruption, you discover that we have very, very few NGOs that are addressing such issues. And my recommendation here this afternoon goes to organizations like ANEEJ, organizations like Center LSD. You know, they have a lot of knowledge. They have a lot of things to talk about concerning anti-corruption issues. How do we engage more NGOs, build their capacity to know what you know, so that when you are speaking from your end, they are speaking from their end, and you discover that you hear a lot about what is happening. Because I was opportune to monitor the mantra, the cash transfer program, the one they had in Delta State in our communities. I went there. We interviewed a lot of beneficiaries, and you could see people coming out and telling you that 5,000 naira that they gave to them, they were able to save the money to start some businesses. And they showed us, we had evidence, they showed us what they've been able to do. But if you go out and begin to tell them that now people are saying it's 8,000 that you want to give to us, what will you do? There are some persons that will receive that 8,000 and they can start their businesses from it. So let's begin to build NGOs. Let's begin to build CSOs, not just few ones telling the stories. You know, when we have programs like this, at the end of this, so your 10th O Israel, everybody goes back. Some of us even forget some things that we came here for. But when you begin to follow them up, information sharing is also key. And we know what is happening out there. So we can begin to also tell the stories in our various localities. Thank you.
We're trying to conclude now. So direct.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Mr. Barrister Sulaiman. You talked about the issue of case management and practice directive, but you did not expatiate as ways of reducing the period of pendency of cases of corruption in court, to reduce the period of pendency of cases in anti-corruption cases in court. Please, I would want you to expatiate on that. Specifically, what should be done regards case management and the practice direction. Then two, I want to, this one is like to support those who are saying that a lot is being done and we are achieving. Because there was something myself and my colleague, we are journalists, did on this Bini Auchi Road. It was shown on broadcast on Arise Television. Somebody saw it in the US and got back to me saying that, commending us, and also said that countries like North Korea, you can't do something like that and go free. That it means that the civil space in Nigeria is expanding. So actually, we are doing well.
Thank you very much. Close by 2:30. Let's, okay. A lot of hands have been here. Ajia.
No, good. Mine is just a commendation. I want to appreciate every stakeholder that has contributed to the successful implementation of this national dialogue on anti-corruption. We have been discussing this issue since morning, even before today. We need to appreciate all the stakeholders. In addition to that, the report that was shared to us by the Reverend, I feel very, very happy about that, particularly the mantra project that Nigeria is making a lot of success to the extent that we have been invited to go and show other countries the best practice of Nigeria. I think it was appreciation, because everything about Nigeria, always people will be saying zero, we are not doing anything, we are not doing anything. I hope we will be able to share this information to go around, like as it is happening now globally, to ensure that Nigeria has a very good rapport somewhere else, not only at home. The other thing I want to mention, Prof, is the issue of this over-presidential issue that you presented. I know you have said it repeatedly. It has to be so for now, because at the local government, you won't know what is happening. It's like local government system has been killed down. Nothing is happening there. Now, what can you advise us to do? In addition to the advocacy the local NGOs are doing, is there any other approach that you can give us so that we will go and be working on it? I wish everybody successful deliberation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my own contribution from the persons with disabilities angle, because this meeting is inclusive. We cannot be talking about corruption without also narrowing it down to how it affects persons with disabilities. In Nigeria, we discuss about corruption at the high level, government and all that. And in the spirit of ableism, persons with disabilities are able. Somebody have seen me here and so, oh, she had tried. Persons are not looking, or the searchlight is not beaming at persons with disabilities. Recently, the 5,000 that was distributed, who were those that distributed it? And how many people with disabilities benefited from it? And how and what was the criteria for selecting it? People benefited from it on I know you, you know me grant. Those who actually needed this money were not even those that got it from the PWD's angles, because nobody is looking at us and nobody is thinking we are corrupt. So I want to advise us, as we are making a way forward and searching or talking on anti-corruption, we should also try to see what is happening in the PWD world. Those in the commission, PWD, National Commission, how were they selected and what are they doing there? Is it actually benefiting persons with disabilities? Because this is an inclusive summit. Is it going down to those who are supposed to be the recipients of what is been coming down from the federal or coming down from the state? That's just what I want to say. We are talking about corruption. Also, let your searchlight come down to where persons with disabilities are and check what we are doing to make sure that this corruption of a thing gets down to where it is supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barry. Okay. Now, first of all, I want to appreciate the panelists because it had been quite educating for me. And I also got concerned by some comments by participants here. While not also trying to judge anybody, we also need to also speak with care in matters like this. First of all, nobody for now is competent to pass a judgment on the government or the president as it stands. We know that part of the issues that some of us are talking about are issues that are being considered by the judicial panels or the election petitions, so to speak. Until they get a judicial verdict on it, we cannot conclude on it. Just the way we are talking about how lowly we patronize the social media space and also public forum on the facts about the corruption issues in Nigeria. A lot of people don't have hard facts, but we always go with the flow, what is trending, what people are saying, and we end up being emotional about the reality that is on ground. Why not being happy with the present, especially the poverty situation in the country? The reason why we are also being here is to see how we can lend our voices and also use whatever platforms we belong to be able to add value to the fight against corruption. And for me, the network we're establishing here is quite good enough, and we need to dig further to get information and act with facts so that the fight against corruption, at least we'll be happy or satisfied within ourselves that we played our own role. That's it for now. What I also wanted to add is with respect to how we can get government to commit, especially in the COP10 that is oncoming. And I think the other participant has already provided her idea of how we can get information, or the conservative media to cover whatever is happening there. Now, at our own levels, it's our duty to also share these stories, because yes, some of us monitored mantra or we supervise mantra implementation, but not much of it is still being told, because we allowed people that are ignorant to for their voices to go above ours, especially as it concerns the social register that for now is the issue that is trending controversially though. That's all I wish to say for now. Thank you.
It appears the recommendations are finished.
See, Haja is asking that I've been emphasizing on this over presidentialization in the fight against corruption. I still maintain the view that we are concentrating too much on the president. It's not bad, but at the federal government level, let's pay attention to our legislators. What do they do that is wrong so that we can checkmate it? Let's also pay attention to the judiciary. I said our lawyers, our judges, and the court registry. Now at the state level, you know, the former president gave autonomy to local governments, but it was resisted by the state governors. So we can do activism around that. The state assemblies were given autonomy. So there are things the government at the federal level has done to liberate local governments and the state, but the state. So if we keep engaging, keeping them under the radar will make matters worse. Myself and one former member of the National Assembly are working to see how we can get funding and revolve our activism around state governments and local governments in collaboration with state governors, the political parties, Algon, Nolge, and a whole gamut of stakeholders at the state and local governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Suleiman, you have...
Sorry, yeah. Thank you. Quickly, in relation to case management, how it affects the, how it assists the anti-corruption crusade. And what I have mentioned is that at the side, in terms of speedy dispensation of justice, you can see the semblance of case management is what is replicated in the election tribunal. You see the way the cases are managed with timeline, and it's the case that even before you set out, the court will already give direction in terms of how many witnesses, you are sure what those witnesses are coming to say, you are sure of how long it would take them to say, and you are bound by those such guidelines, such orders, and that's what we call the direction. So the directives of the court and case management, it gives the court and the judges the tools to be able to manage their cases effectively and with time, just as you're saying in time in the election tribunal. So we're saying if it can happen in the election tribunal hearings, why can't it also be in the anti-corruption cases and put in that sort of timeline bound orders, penalty for infringement and all of that. It also assists when you're doing case management that issues that are prior to trials, applications, a document, acceptance of exhibit, all of that, those things are dealt with just like you see them in the election tribunal. People are coming with surprises during their trial and trial keys delaying, witnesses not appearing, and then adjournment is granted. No, this time around, there are to be strict rules and strict binding the parties in terms of what the direction and the directive the judges want to direct the case. That's what we see is the only way that cases can be speedily dealt with if we, and that takes into account when there are also special courts or special criminal divisions, I said it, so that a judge that is dealing with civil cases is also dealing with criminal matters and family matters at the same time, but the criminal division is created. I think that's when the case management also becomes practicable, just like the way you see it in the election tribunal. And so on and so forth. There's a whole lot that is attached to case management system and procedure, including how service of document evidence should be done, how and when it should be done, and any objection to them will be dealt with at certain time and in sort of procedure. That's all that is contained within that. And there is a strict compliance with that, and it comes with the cost if you don't comply, and so on and so forth. As a case management hearing that is specifically also put forward for those which are preliminary hearings before the trials. You also mentioned earlier on about Skumul and why Orosanye conflict with the Orosanye report and all that. But you see, that Orosanye is not ruling out necessary and important bodies that will enhance what we are trying to do, that is fight against corruption. What the whole of FATF, the ABA, and the rest have identified, have recommended are these specifics in terms of having bodies that are specifically dealing with designated non-financial businesses and professions. And for us, we appreciate that that is one significant lacuna that we still have to battle with: the lawyers, the accountant, the jurors, the valuers, all of that, that the money, that's where the money is dissipated. And we need a whole body attention focus on that, managing it. We have achieved that to the extent that SCUMUL has now been created under that act, money laundering, but we are still campaigning for a lot more, for their independence. And it's got nothing to do with Arosaye because it's already existing. The same power, the same body, it has a head, it has all of that, and it will be the same when it is given that autonomy, rather than being under the AFCC, which is an investigative body and not an enforcement body. And that's what we are also arguing. It is not, and it cannot be enforcing and be investigating, be prosecuting, and then the enforcing as well. This is an enforcement body that should stand alone, and we will keep advocating for that. It is a very necessary and important body to be on the standalone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we should try to end this meeting. Okay. We should reach a consensus that we should end this meeting, right? Okay. No, but we're allowing to talk. So let's
thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so mine is on recommendation, and I would love to echo what my chairman stated at our event 2 weeks ago. That's the chairman of EDA, Mr. Olarinwaju Suraju. He stated that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not really particular about anti-corruption fights. However, it's beholden on individual persons to take it upon himself or herself to promote the fight against corruption. The question is not about what the government will do, how is the government doing this or that, but again, you as an individual, what are you doing in order to promote the anti-corruption crusade, advocacy especially? EDA has taken the advocacy very, very serious. We organize seminars, programs in order for us to re-echo that voice. I remember last week at ICPC office, EDA had a protest, 2 years and ICPC office. And when the resident commissioner of Lagos was beside me, he echoed in my ear that, you people, you are fighting us in court. You're also fighting us in our office. So yeah, these are some of the things we do for them to know that the fight against corruption is not only at the front of the government, but also an individual effort, which we must do and promote individually. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I have the mandate of all participants that we conclude at this point. I don't know if the accounts have any announcements. So Uthman Adeleye, please. We have reached, I'm just implementing the consensus agreement, the consensus protocol. Reached.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. Just the usual announcement. Thank you for attending the meeting. It's been very productive. For me as an accountant, my own side of the story is documentation and every other thing. So basically after the meeting ends, everyone has been given a meal ticket. You could go to the diner to have your meal. If you would prefer to have it packed, I have with me a particular document here where you can sign in your preference, and then they will bring that takeaway to you later on. But it might just take between like 30 minutes to an hour before you get that. But preferably, if you want it fast, you could just go straight to the diner and get your meal. Then for participants within Abuja, you assist me with your account details. We don't do cash again, we do transfers. So you assist me with your account details so that I could work on that transfer to you within 2 weeks. And then for those that are lodged, either came through by air or by road, for those that came through by road, usually we do mileage calculation for those that have been in our previous meeting. So we would calculate where you came from, and then there is a multiplier of 65 kilometers. It was formerly 45, but 65 naira, sorry. It was formerly 45, but now it's 65, looking at the fuel conditions within the country. Yeah, because the removal of subsidy. So we've been able to get approval to move it to 65 per kilometer. Then for those that came via air, I'll be needing your taxi receipts, your flight ticket, and all those other documentations for your boarding pass as well for the coming leg. And it's expected that when you return to your destination, you would courier the return leg to us. We would cover for the cost of the courier to us in Benin in your return, in your final reimbursement payment. So I think this is a major announcement that I would like to pass across to everyone. If there are any other observations or any other clarifications that you need, I'll be at the back there to answer such. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hey, is Reverend still around? Is Reverend still around? Okay, so on behalf of the Executive Director of the African Network for Environment and Economic Justice, I want to thank all of you for honoring our invitation to be here. We value your participation. We know that you have other busy schedule. So thank you for coming. Lunch is served at the main restaurant, just the way Uthman has announced. Thank you, and we wish you a safe journey back to your respective destination. Thank you very much. And for those of us, those that joined us online, we appreciate your participation.